sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed a rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed a rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus guarding vault so cold, hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frost monsters hide in snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors fade, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. All are singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. They whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night.
I understand.
Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus guarding vault so cold.
Oh, absolutely.
Hands
They always
cramped from
do.
grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics
Figure I'll just
burn in
piss
tombs
Lethe
of
off
flame,
again.
far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood.
Oh no, it was easy. I was gonna wear this shirt anyways, and I was like, hold on, let me go grab a tie.
Good. Frost monsters hide in snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo.
Pain in the ass, man. I hate fucking. The problem is you have to like care for ties in a very particular way if you want to get tie dimple. Like when you do and it's just like I do not want to break out the fucking ironing board and starch for ties. Yeah, I didn't have the Catholic school experience, but I had after-school church events and after-school scouting events, and school day uniforms that you had to wear during game days for baseball. I wore ties almost as much as a Catholic school kid. The only difference is I got that brief snippet of 8 hours a day at school without it most of the time. You good? We're still waiting on the other one. I mean, no rush.
Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good.
I don't remember their original intent, but I remember, like, as I was learning about Japanese culture, I saw maids wear that outfit a lot, like male maids and like onsen and stuff wore that like exact outfit.
When traitors say Bruce Judas locked in ice too late.
Oh no, I was just saying I don't know if that was the original intent beyond the outfit or just a modern use. I just know that it got used a lot like that. Honestly, I always just figured that what they did was, oh god, I forget the name of the pants now. The fucking long skirt pant like things. They roll those up. Yeah, because they have the little strap on the inside to where you can kind of like roll them up into shorts. Like they're designed for that because at least the ones that I've had were designed for swordsmen, and sometimes you would wear blades along the shin, so sometimes you would have them rolled up for that purpose.
No heaven face, Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze, Paulo and Francesca's kiss.
I just assumed that's what it was because the swordsman style being designed the way they were. My mistake.
Kiss up the fright, Cerberus snarls. Every bite they gorge, they choke stuck day and night.
Oh yeah, you're outside my knowledge base.
Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Cocytus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn.
Okay, I didn't know that name for it. I wore what I thought was traditional with those. It's a thing they do in Cambodia, and I've seen Japanese males do it at onsen. What we would call paratu. It's basically just a strip of cloth about yay wide wrap into a harness and then tuck into itself almost like fundoshi. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wore with it. They're really comfortable if you need stuff not to move. Like if you need to not potentially rack your nuts if you jump wrong. Yeah, they're really useful for that.
But I'm late again. Trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit. No refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. All the singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. They whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls. Every bite they gorge, they choke stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Cocytus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, spouts. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors fade, rulers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Cocytus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors fade, rulers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Cocytus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors stay, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors stay, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue when traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snuggles at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue when traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snuggles at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn ones to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue when traitors fade, brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. All the singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue when traitors fade, brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. All the singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe, they bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom, sits frozen hate, lose of virtue, when traitors stay, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep, through rage and sin, I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed a rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls, every bite they gorge. They choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe, they bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom, sits frozen hate, lose of virtue, when traitors stay, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep, through rage and sin, I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed a rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls, every bite they gorge. They choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics ones to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue when traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Cocytus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue when traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Cocytus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frost monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew, when traitors fade, brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin, I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame, far in their fire. They scream his name, locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood, minotaur hunts in muddy flood, murderers scream, there's no more good. Frost monsters hide in the snakes below, Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo.
Yeah, but uh, taking us, I'm taking us off of the open screen and getting us started.
Okay.
Because well, that is a fun endeavor, and I do hope that you do. Like I said, I would just look up that book by Dr. Bowen, just because there's a lot of crap that you and I were taught as kids that we have since debunked, like complete. Like even Christian scholars agree we debunked the bull, like completely. Like when you have Christians, Jews, and Muslims all agree, yeah, that didn't happen. That's that's a big deal. Just saying.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
So it's
So
just yeah, it's just one of those things that it's something to look over before you write your script for it, just to make sure that nothing you're using has been like completely removed.
yeah, sure. Hey, let me one more thing before we get started. So the reason I did this was because I got roped in to lead these conversations with Joe again,
Uh-huh. I figured
and I went in
that's why
there.
that's why the second you brought this up,
And
I
he
just kind
was
of was like
debating.
nodding.
He was arguing with Joe about slavery. So so I kind of roped Joe in by explaining, okay, here's my reason that I think that the Bible actually, that when you read the Gospels or whatever, you should be against slavery once you do it. And so Joe was like, aha, see, the Bible is against slavery. I was right. But then once I got him to endorse all of that, I was like, this is the very same reasoning that that tells you why Christians shouldn't be uber capitalists. And And all of the same argumentation that he just signed on to then forced him to look at immigrants in a different way, capitalism in a different way, and he didn't like that.
Yeah, and don't get me
Very
wrong,
motivated
that's a
to
very useful tool to fuck with morons who don't know the Bible. Um, it makes me want to yell at you for the next hour for cherry picking the Bible like an apologist. Even though you used it for good, I still want to yell at you.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I think
Well,
it's
no,
a bit more than that.
I really don't care that much, but at the same time, it's just like, but you could have proved that point without cherry picking. Like,
What?
like,
Hold on. I don't know what you mean by cherry picking. I mean, I'm saying that what I'm saying is that there are true statements and there are untrue. Like Dan himself says that the Bible is not univocal.
yes, it is not
Isn't that
univocal.
cherry picking? You
But
would say
what?
this person says
No,
one thing and you have
no,
to
no, no, no.
separate that out from something
What you
else.
are doing in cherry picking is you were isolating key portions of the Bible to tell a particular narrative that
Hmm.
even in the non-univocal, in the multivocal role of the Bible, when you go through the entirety of the New Testament and the Old Testament, your assertion is unfounded because both in the Old and in the New Testament, it absolutely attests and affirms to and advocates for slavery. Jesus's whole point is that once everybody dies, there is no segregation, there is no man, there is no woman, there is no free, there is no slave, there is no Catholic or Gentile or Jew, so on and so forth. Like that was the whole point to
But he
that.
also says I'm not here to like I am here to fulfill the law, not to like strike it down.
Yeah, yes, yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
and so
misunderstanding. But no, that is one of the biggest harmonizations that fucking Christians do. If you actually read through Matthew, if you read through it in the original Greek, the way that that is phrased, that entire fucking piece of scripture, it says here is a new covenant, but nothing in the old covenant changes. You shall not change a jot or tittle of the old covenant, or
you're
you will
just
be
saying what I
found to be
was
the
about
least
to
among.
say.
Sorry,
I don't understand.
I didn't know you
He's
were
there to
about to, but
fulfill the
so many
law,
people.
not strike it down. He's not changing any of it.
Okay,
That's my
Sorry,
point.
sorry. Most
what
people who
Jack just
start the
said.
way you did was one of those things that it instantly triggers me because almost everybody, even well-meaning like lefty Christians, misuse that particular scripture so much.
Yeah, no, when he says, I am here to fulfill the law, not change a jot or tittle of it, what he's telling us is that if you go back and you look at all of these different passages and what they're intended to do, um, Christ is claiming that he is the fulfillment of all of that. So, and therefore, some of the intermediate steps that are in those laws now aren't necessary. The law hasn't changed, but he is now fulfilling that law.
We'd have to
So
go over
he's
that later because that one will take
yeah.
more in depth than we can do before the reading. But I would say, provided that reading of what you were saying is accurate, and I could
Right.
kind of see it based on the phraseology of it. Um,
Yeah.
what I would say though,
So like if you get a traffic
it does,
ticket
hold on.
and then you
Sorry,
pay
I
the
was coughing.
traffic
Yeah,
ticket.
but it doesn't eliminate the intermediary steps except for one. What is the one that it removes? Ancom will know the answer to this. Or should, I should say.
I should, but I was too focused on something
Oh, it's fine.
you two said earlier.
It removes the need for animal or blood
Oh,
sacrifice.
yeah. Yes, because Jesus was like the way I remember. I always remember hearing it explained when I was, um, when I was a church boy, was that Jesus' sacrifice fulfilled the need for all other forms of ritual sacrifice because all other forms of ritual sacrifice it was described as a shadow of the final sacrifice that would be fulfilled in Christ.
Yes, and that fulfillment doesn't change any of the laws. So, for example, if you are a good Christian, you should still be following the rabbinical dietary laws. you should still be following the rabbinical Sabbath laws, so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's just that now, when you break those laws and seek repentance, you don't have to sacrifice a goat.
Yep. Now, I could be wrong because I do this through like interlineary means, going through this concordance and that concordance and all that stuff. I don't speak any of these language fluently, but at the same time, I know a lot of scholars who tend to side with that estimation of what fulfilled meant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm just saying that he's recontextualizing. If you were to look at the Old Testament as being a multivocal text, I guess you would say, and if you would believe that some of what they say is true, and some of what they say is sort of like the mortal perspective of the author, then how do you distinguish one from another? And I think when Christ is talking about fulfilling the law, I think that's what he's talking about. But we can.
And like I said, you could be right. And no, go on, Akam. I was just going to say you could be right. We'll just have to dig into it later because that's like parsing apart the Greek in a way that I haven't done in a while. So I'd actually have to break out the fucking dictionaries and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. One last thing I wanted to bring up was when Jack was talking about when everything is done, there will be no slave, there will be no master, no Jew, no Gentile, blah, blah, blah. He's talking about at the end of things. And then the phrase, until everything has passed, the old law is still in effect, essentially. You were it's talking about the same points in time. There will be no Jew, no Gentile, no slave, no master when everything has passed.
Well, there is an ancient Christology. There's an ancient Christology that everybody who dies before the end times, because remember at the time in early Christianity, I thought that time was coming very soon. That you were basically on what we would in more modern times call on hold. And only at the end of times did any of the other stuff like heaven, hell happen. Yeah.
But hold on. Yeah, you're talking about Galatians, right?
Purgatorio thing.
You're talking about Galatians, right?
I believe so, yeah.
There's no Jew nor Greek, but that's in present tense.
Yes, but that is Paul speaking, and at least based on the scholars, it is a minor misunderstanding of the way that it is going to happen because of the way that Jesus in the red letters phrase something. Like I said, it's been a while since I parted this apart. I'd have to go into the concordances to show you where they're drawing these parallels because I'm not fluent in Greek. But it's one of those things where the scholars say because Jesus phrases this way in his phrase, this is what Paul has to mean here, because otherwise Paul is contradicting Jesus.
Yeah, so just looking at it again, it actually starts out in past tense. It says, because many of you were baptized past tense, baptized into Christ, have put on Christ. Because of that, there is, present tense, neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free. So now, admittedly, he's saying, in the context of us together in this gathering, these distinctions vanish. That doesn't mean to say when they go back home again, they don't become true again. They do. He's talking about in the context of where they are at that moment.
We just need to start doing Sundays so that we can do the Bible talk and not interrupt Dante so much.
Look, honestly, this is just an internal critique of fundamentalists who want to somehow twist the Bible into supporting things like capitalism or anti-immigrants and shit like that. That's really
but I would argue that it is used in equal measure by progressive and more liberal Christians to cherry pick their way around the condemnations of things that they otherwise accept.
And I sure hope so.
And that's kind of my point, is when something can both be a deliverance and condemnation in equal measure, if you cherry pick around this passage or that passage, I would argue that neither one of you are actually using it correctly.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is the Bible isn't univocal like religion. I think as with any other like attempt to get at truth or whatever, you have to sift through true and untrue things, which could be described as cherry picking.
Yeah, yes,
Like
but the difference between what you're talking about and what I'm talking about is different. You're talking about finding the truth of the world. I don't find this a
well, no, I said
disagreeable
it's an
outcome.
internal critique. I'm trying to find something that's internally consistent for those who want to be Christians. If you want to take the
But
further step of like leaving Christianity or whatever, like that's
but
not a
it's not
project I'm
entirely internal.
because I actually don't have problem with
But it's not
secondary.
entirely internal because you're using it to create aughts, and therefore it creates an external
Well,
avenue
also
for
within
it.
the context of
Mhm.
sharing the
And like I
assumptions that
said,
we
therefore you're trying to find the truth and the reality of it, and that's fine. Like I was about to say, I don't have an issue with this. But what I would say is, while it is not univocal, it is considered amongst these religious groups, these denominations of Christianity, to be the consensus dogmatic understanding of their faith, and therefore further segmentation or segregation of those scriptures to create a more modern interpretation of those things that have not been processed through the clergy or processed through divine revelation to a mass majority of the world is human harmonization of the scripture as opposed to any kind of actual truth within it.
okay, here's the metaphor I like to use, and then we should move on to.
Yes,
You know that
We've been moving on for the last 30 plus minutes.
yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
You know this
Force
topic
this
gets
one.
all of us.
Because
That's why
I
you're
do, because
staying
I say
quiet,
that
because you know if you start,
because
we'll
I say
all
the
get
30
going
second
again.
thing I want to say so that we can move on, and
Yeah.
then of course
Right.
someone responds. So
Well, then I will enforce it.
Contact, the TV show Contact, or no movie,
The
The
movie?
movie,
the book,
yeah,
movie
Yeah.
and the book.
yeah. You're talking
Contact.
about the
At the
Carl
end of
Sagan
it,
book, right?
yeah, at the
Yep.
end of it, the agnostic scientist or atheist scientist, whatever she was, the last thing she does is she starts searching for a numerical sequence in pi because the aliens said that that's what they've been doing to try to find some like message from God. And she's still an agnostic, but there's this one part of her that like wants to find the truth in this sea of numbers where there's a bunch of irrelevant numbers, but there's specific relevant ones that she wants to get to. And so
Yeah.
she's doing this algorithmic search through pi. That's the kind of cherry picking I'm talking about.
And I
Trying to
understand.
find
Now we are moving on.
the difference
Yeah,
between the
yeah,
signal and the
no,
noise.
Come, I get you. And like I said, I get what you're saying, and I would argue that at least your motives are right compared to what I would say most people who do it is. Because as you know, most people who cherry pick, it's motivated reasoning as opposed to actually trying to find truth. But okay, to the reading. Okay, so as we get into this week, and thankfully this week's reading is fairly light as far as like the actual enunciation of it. We are getting into Canto 31. So it's been a few weeks, but we're exiting the or the eighth circle, the final bulge of the eighth circle. We are getting to a particularly fun area of the Inferno that, at least in my opinion, is when most people view their concept of hell, these final four cantos is what they're talking about. This is the Milton extrapolation. This is the what's that artist name? I can never remember. The one that starts with B. Rich
I'm
did
sorry,
all
say
the
it again.
Dante. The artist who did all the Dante paintings.
Oh,
Can't think of
Blake.
Blake. Yeah. It's
We're
his
drawing
primary
paintings, but yes.
motivation because he draws it back through the rest of the Inferno, like the extra levels of like cruelty and the banality of cruelty that we see within this area of hell. He draws it back through the previous circles within his paintings. Um, and we see this very heavily in, as we were talking about before, and not to derail back into it, but fundamentalist and evangelical concepts of hell draw heavily on this area as well. I don't know why specifically, like historically, why this became the way it is, but I would argue that based on what we know of modern interpretations of hell, we are getting into where most of the inspiration comes from.
Just because I've been reading ahead and I have a couple of items that I want to address in this first set, I would like to start the reading this week. I know I usually don't, but
No, it's fine. I usually ask, unless there's a Lamentations, I usually ask who wants to start first.
fair enough. Right.
But that's fine. And I was gonna say, take it down to I don't have the numbers in this week. But Master, say what town is this? The end of that line. And then we'll get to the response because there's enough before this that we need to like stop and comment.
Can you highlight it on your screen just so I can see the...
Right here?
Okay. Short while. Okay, got it.
Is that far enough for what you wanted to comment on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Then just because I don't want to go too much further than that, because we do need to comment on that section pretty segmentedly.
Yeah, actually, that has 3 different items I wanted to comment on.
Awesome.
Okay. One and the self-same tongue first wounded me, that it tinged the one cheek and the other, and then held out to me the medicine. Thus do I hear that once Achilles' spear, his and his father's, used to be the cause first of sad and then a gracious boon. We turned our backs upon the wretched valley, upon the bank that girds it round about, going across it without any speech. There it was less than night and less than day, so that my sight went little in advance, but I could hear the blare of a loud horn. So loud it would have made each thunder faint, which, counter to it following its way, mine eyes directed wholly at one place. After the dolorous discomfiture when Charlemagne the Holy Emprise lost, so terribly Orlando sounded not. Short while my head turned thitherward I held, when many lofty towers I seemed to see, whereat I, Master, say, what town is this?
Okay, so before you comment, mine's really quick.
Yeah.
This canto, we're describing the plains of the giants. It is what he's describing in that first line. And then go on.
Okay, so first, my knowledge of Greek mythology is a little bit lacking here. And the 3 translations that I'm looking at all have this worded in a slightly different way that kind of changes the interpretation. So it's the Achilles' spear, his and his father's, used to be the cause, first of sad, then of gracious boon. So first of all, what story is it that this is coming from? Because I don't recognize it.
If I'm remembering correctly, this is talking about before they went to Troy during the training of Patroclus. But it's been a long time, and we have a Homer person here, so I'll let Rich go on from there.
I wouldn't say I'm a Homer person in particular.
You're not an expert, but you're far better on Homer than the rest of us.
Where are we? I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Yeah, so there's a story being described here talking about Achilles' spear, and then depending on which translation you read, either the spear used to belong to Achilles' father or was similar to the spear wielded by Achilles' father, if you go with the Sayers one, that produces both harm and healing. and I am not familiar with this particular story in Greek mythology. So I'm wondering if you know what it is that he might be referencing here.
No, I'm not. But you know what? I didn't do last week is put the footnotes in. So let me see if there's anything in either of the footnotes that maybe explains that.
Yeah, now
So yeah,
I will say that as far as I remember, and this is going based on the context clues within this. This is coming from during the time period when he used his bow more, and that time period is when he is dealing with Patroclus before the war. So that is my best recollection, and that's why I think that's where it comes from.
If I were to just take a plain language interpretation of this without knowing the background, I would say, okay, so first of all, we have the question of were these two spears or one? Because Sayers says Achilles' lance was wont to mix good gifts with ill, as erst his sires had done, implying that his father's lance was a different lance. Musa says Achilles' lance belonging to his father, implying they are the same lance, and then Longfellow kind of leaves a little bit vague his and his father's, which could mean the spear belonged to both him and his father, or it was two different spears doing the same thing. Anyways, it's not that big of a deal. It was just a weird inconsistency I saw. As far as like a plain language interpretation of the words, my guess is something along the lines of basically he used to use it for evil, as in like he used to be selfish and prideful and use it for his own gain, and then he changed and it became used for the greater good, i.e., the war with Troy. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. I don't know if there is a specific story that has to do with the spear, but that is my just kind of plain language interpretation of what I'm reading.
Yeah, well, almost all of his stories revolve around one of three items. They're what would have been called his fatalistic items, commonly tied to his fatal flaw. And that's his helmet, his shield, and his spear. The bow, on the other hand, is one of those things that is context specific to story as opposed to mythology. Because mythology, we've lost most of the original mythology about Achilles. Almost all of what we know of Achilles comes from Homer, and that is not mythology so much as literature.
And Virgil, of course, who is our guide.
And Virgil, but you get what I'm saying. Like most of it comes from literature as opposed to history, or even like
I'd say all of
the
it, right?
paintings.
Like,
It's like 10% comes from the walls of like paintings and scrolls of ancient myth and all. Yeah, very little of it comes from the old place.
even those wall paintings would have come from literature, right, rather than history. Unless you have 11th century.
No, because some of the wall is just depicting mythological belief as opposed to history. So not all of it. Yeah, that's all.
Well, that's what I mean. Even things that we might consider historical data is probably also literary data.
Yes, most, and that's what I'm saying. Most of what we have doesn't come from the original mythology. But the fatalistic items does come from the original mythology, as far as we can tell, because it is literally the only universal items and universal story elements to him. That being said, I would assume, and this is just because of what I remember of like my Homeric teachings, you slightly reversed it. Um, Taking down Troy wasn't the greater good; it was the greater evil.
Oh,
And Achilles realized that as he was dying.
Fair enough.
Zeus cried.
Like
he did not want.
Yeah, that. Like I said, that was just kind of my plain reading, and I figured that. I figured that it would have been taken from the Greek perspective, since that's what Homer gives us. but I suppose since he's talking, or since he revered Virgil far more, and Virgil wrote about Aeneas, who I believe was a Trojan initially, unless I'm very mistaken. Then Dante probably would more likely have viewed the Trojans as the quote unquote good guys in that
No,
conflict.
even the
and-
Greeks viewed the Greeks as the bad guys in the end. Like that's,
Oh, really?
that-
Okay,
yeah.
that I did not know.
Given that he loves Virgil, right, and Virgil is
Yeah.
writing propaganda for the Romans, and they're gaining their virtue by way of the Trojans, I would say that Virgil definitely sided with the Trojans in that conflict, and by extension, possibly Dante does too.
And and the other
Yeah,
thing
well,
is if you go by Greek historians that believe this to be a true telling of events as well, like that there was a Trojan War, they also view the Greeks as essentially the corrupt arms of Agamemnon, because it was his greed for power that led to over 3/4 of Greek fighting men dying trying to take Troy.
And that puts him on the side of Zeus, right? Because Zeus also favored Troy, wanted to save Troy, realized that while he could have saved Troy, he could only do so by fighting with the Fates, which would have destroyed the cosmos, and then figured, okay, it's not worth it.
He tried sending his son, and Apollo couldn't do it either.
But he cried bitter tears because even though he understood that he couldn't defy, or that it was not wise to defy the Fates, he still really, really wanted to. So he cried bitter tears when Troy fell.
That brings up a sidetrack that I'm really trying to avoid, but I have to ask. So when Zeus tells Odysseus that he has to kill Hector's son, it sounds as if he himself would have resisted that, but as you were saying, he can't really fight with the Fates.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
because I know Odysseus resisted killing the boy, but
this point
I
was
wasn't sure.
By the classicists at my college, and that is we try to avoid saying that he can't because he's the king of the gods; he can do anything. But
but that's a Western-centric interpretation of Zeus. No, but that's a Western-centric interpretation of Zeus. Zeus was not all-powerful. Zeus was not even
he may have been the king of the gods, but in Greek mythology there were many forces above the gods.
Yes. Well, this is not a modern interpretation. This is how the contemporaneous Greeks interpreted it. Like they go on, like the people who write the plays and the philosophers and things like that in that time were explaining that they themselves explained that he could fight. He could fight this battle, but only at the cost of the cosmos.
Yes, meaning that he, the king of the gods, is not all powerful.
Yeah, not all powerful. More powerful than anyone. Even more powerful than the Fates, but not powerful enough to make.
Powerful enough to kill the Fates is not even more powerful than the Fates. That just means that you are powerful enough.
He was powerful, but not omnipotent.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. And there were beings that had greater power even than Zeus.
Chronos,
the two main ones that I can think of, Gaia and Chaos, both of
Tartarus.
which were. Tartarus. And the Fates could be said to be on par because a conflict between them and Zeus, as you said, would destroy the cosmos, ultimately leading back to chaos reigning.
If you go back to now, if we remove the Western-centric, the more Jesusified understanding of fucking Greek mythology.
There were limits to Zeus's powers, but
I was just going. The three elemental entities are Gaia, Ouroboros, and the Fates. That's it. Mm-hmm. Everybody else is secondary. You get rid of any one of those three, everybody else dies.
Yeah,
Uranos. Not Ouroboros. Uranos. Sorry, I said Ouroboros. Fucking stupid.
The sky.
So, but Uranus is defeated by Zeus.
No. I mean, Uranus is not defeated by Zeus. Kronos is defeated
Or no,
by
defeated
Zeus.
by Kronos, who then is then
No,
defeated by Zeus.
Ouranos hands off to Kronos. Ouranos and Gaia hand off to Kronos. They aren't defeated by.
Okay.
Other than that, yes, the rest is correct.
So at least I think I'm just saying in the context of Homer specifically,
Mhm.
Zeus is technically more powerful than the Fates,
Yes.
but not so much more powerful that there wouldn't be massive consequences to doing
Mhm.
so. And he
Mhm.
wanted to avoid those consequences, which is
Yeah,
why
he was not a key pillar of the world. Yes, that's basically what the argument is, and that is why he has to weep. And there are certain things that even that it would benefit his prized creation, humanity. He can't do it because Grandma would kick the shit out of him, so to speak.
well, yeah,
Kronos'
well, the
mom.
universe.
Yeah,
I
Kronos'
mean,
mom,
the way
Gaia.
that it's described, at least by any source that I've read, is that it's the universe itself that would be thrown into disarray.
Yes, and
It'd
that's
be like one of
because
those.
the Fates, Oranos, and Gaia are the only three entities that can never be dismantled or the entire world crumbles. Any
Have you ever
one
read
So
Wheel of
falls.
like
Time?
I see them
Not
as
Wheel.
like three pillars of a table. The table will hold, or three bearers of a shield, because ultimately everything they do is to beat back the universal force in the Greek conception that is chaos, and that prevents or at least
Yeah, and this, by the
balances
way,
order
for those
with
of you in the
chaos.
audience, who are lost, we are talking pre-Olympian Hellenistic religion. We are talking before Zeus had supplanted the giants and the Titans as
The
the
Titans.
primary gods. Well, and the giants, because the giants had technically already been born at this point.
Yeah, that's why I said and the Titans.
Oh, I didn't
Do you
hear the
guys?
"and"
Okay,
with you.
this is definitely like a deep cut, but do you guys have read Wheel of Time or any of that stuff?
Most of it. I haven't
Vaguely,
read all of it, but yes.
There was like
I
this
haven't
minor
read it.
minor.
I've watched a good amount of the TV series, but
Okay.
that's about it.
So in the books, Rand, while he's still like sort of discovering his powers, he wants to win some battle or whatever, and so he gathers storms and then uses the storms like to help win the battle or whatever. But then for weeks after that, his like more experienced, less powerful but more experienced like mentors have to run around the continent and like make adjustments to the weather to deal with the consequences of this one thing that the Rand did. And it's kind of like that. It's like, yeah, he got this thing done that he wanted to get done, but then for months there were consequences that had to be dealt with.
Mhm. Okay.
And it was kind of like that. It's like you're dealing with something so chaotic and so elemental that it just like it
I
creates
mean,
more headaches than it's worth. Like he could have
it's
won the battle some other way.
well, I get what you're saying, and I like the analogy because it makes it scalable to what most people like conceptualize. But
Right.
no, think of it more like if you are going back to remember RGB TVs, like the old projectors with the three lenses. It's like removing one of the lenses.
I literally just watched the video from Technology Connections about that. I'm guessing you
Oh
did
yeah,
too.
Yeah, yeah, about
it's a
the,
good channel.
the particular one where he was like, "Look at this fucking remote!" Like, yeah, that one. But yeah, like if you remove any one of them, your picture no longer functions correctly. It's the same
How about
concept.
I got a better analogy. Let's say that you have a village that's at the what is it? It's right at the bottom of a river basin, and there's a dam holding back the water from destroying the village. These three gods are the three poles that are holding the dam. If one of them breaks, the dam breaks, and
Yeah,
everybody dies.
yeah, and this is very, 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 very old Greek religion we're talking about. We are talking like 28 to like 3200 BCE. We are talking a long fucking time ago. This is stuff that Homer Virgil and Dante are probably highly unaware of, which is why they more westernify their understanding of Zeus as being all powerful, as opposed to just maximally powerful right now.
He's powerful enough to take gods one-on-one, but if they gang up on him, might
Like
not
his
go
brother,
so well.
his brothers have defeated him multiple times. Hell, his own fucking
Yep.
kids kicked the shit out of him a couple of times. Like that's just like the way the Greek, like people misunderstand this constantly, and I think Despy and I have a little bit easier time like accepting this because we have exposure to Western or Eastern religions where this is fucking every day that ends in Y. Like,
Yeah.
like you
Wow.
can't have a maximally powerful god for like what more than a century before they kick it out.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
and,
I mean, like,
this is a fun example. Like you can even portray this semi-mathematically, right? You can say if all of the power of the gods was split into a pie chart, Zeus had the biggest slice, but any an arbitrary number of other gods of other slices collected together would overpower him.
Yeah. And what was that?
plurality would overpower him.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Okay, you Despy, plurality. You were going to say something before that though too.
Oh, I was just going to say it just the thought is different because gods really don't fight each other much in Eastern religions. Well, not Eastern religion. I should say in what is it, Shintoism, post the creation story. The gods themselves, basically what happens is the god of plague and pestilence comes in and screws stuff up, and then the god of healing just comes in later and just fixes it. And that's just kind of like the mindset. So there isn't like the two of those gods are fighting with each other, and whoever wins, that ailment is like let out on the
This
people.
is seen,
It's more along
this
the
is seen
lines
as a
of
problem in a Greek myth, in the Greek world. Like Plato talks about the problem of having gods with flaws that are vainglorious and constantly bickering with each other and all of this. This is too much like humans. He says that the gods ought to represent ideals. Of course, he's promoting his idea of the forms, and the forms.
He's promoting his idealism.
Yeah. And so he's saying that and this took hold in Greek society that
Unfortunately.
that the gods should not be like humans. The gods should be like ideas, and therefore like they need to be sort of less flawed.
And this is when we start to see the more Westernification of this Middle Eastern religion, which is what Hellenistic starts as. And we start seeing it go towards maximally powerful and later omni-powerful when you get to the Romanification of the Greek deities. In Greek mythology, by the time they get a hold of Hellenistic culture, the giants don't even exist anymore.
Well, it's why the medievals love Plato, right?
That I don't know. I know that's what they say. I don't even know if the ancients truly loved Plato or if the Romantics loved Plato, because we see huge gaps where Plato isn't talked about at all.
or if Plato was the only book they had on the subject.
Well, that could be it too.
Okay.
But more my point is we see huge gaps in history where like philosophers just like don't talk about Plato or Aristotle for that matter at all. And it may have been only in the Romantic and Enlightenment period when they became so predominant to the way we think, and we have reverse cast it back before then. Because we do that as humans. We have a tendency to want to believe our ancestors believe like we do, even though we know they were shitbags based on history. Like we want to believe they were good people.
Well, ideally, we want to cherry pick, right? We want to take their good ideas and throw away the chaff.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say it's human intuition to do this. It's why as much as I hate it and I fight against it, like I understand it. We all do it. Now, before we move on, the last comment of the section for those of you who haven't done world history, yeah, when Charlemagne lost his holy emprise, the way this is phrased is annoying by Longfellow, but this is a insulting way to call an empire. It's basically saying your empire was a company, it wasn't a country.
Yeah. So this is another thing I wanted to go over, but before I did, there was an earlier
Yeah.
thing that I just had a
Yeah.
stupid joke about. There it was less than night and less than day, so that my sight went a little in advance due to taking the dark vision trait.
Oh no, I was honestly I thought you were going with a different joke. Honestly, as you were reading it out, I was like, "Hey, the precursor to Green Lantern."
Oh, fair, fair. So something interesting in the Italian I noted here, which I didn't know this. So Charlemagne is the English borrowing of the French Charlemagne, which means Charles the Great, and in Italian, it's Carlo Magno, which is also Charles the Great. So it's interesting to me that we have all of these historical figures in our, general history, in our general history that we call blank the Great, but this guy we decided to take the French. The French translation, or well, technically, yeah, I guess it was we
French.
bastardized the French for it instead of just directly translating it, and I thought that was weird.
It
is
weird until you figure out that if you go back to historical documents, that's the name that would appear that he would have signed. Other than that, yes.
Charlemagne?
Mm-hmm. He was a pretentious prick.
Well, yeah, just because I get that Carlo Magno would have been that's the Italian name for it, Charles the Great. It's what's interesting to me is that we took the French term Charlemagne and we just took that phonetic.
Oh, I wish Beckett was here. I want to be like, is this the British just refusing to call him great in fucking English? And that's why it fucking persisted.
It's possible.
I mean, it seems more likely to me that this was one of those situations where the Normans brought that over and called him that so much during the very earliest reign of the Normans over England that it's one of those words that got passed into Old English from Norman French. But I don't
very
know
well
for
could
sure.
be.
Yeah,
hey, I mean, countries have done stranger things. I mean, everybody talks about the modernization during the Meiji period, but they don't also talk about what was called the Kokugaku, which was the imperial imperial scholars that were tasked with taking new words that were brought into the language and reverting them to a Japanese either in kanji or either into a Japanese saying about a word that was a foreign borrowed word during the Meiji period.
Nihongification.
You could call it that. I call it Japanifying.
I mean,
but
Nihongification sounds close to Romanization, so they sound like counterpoints to each other. That's why I went with it. If I'm just being honest. Now, that being said, I knew about the period. I didn't know how important it was to the language, but I knew about the period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but China also went through a same period or whatnot. What is it?
During the
pre-Mao?
Pre-Mao, but it also happens. It happens 4 times in China. It happens during the primary Qing. It happens during the Zhao. It happens during the Cantonese Rebellion, and it happens with the consolidation of the Middle Kingdom. And then it happens again with Mao.
Right, but the whole purpose behind it was basically taking words that were brought in and then like changing it around. So you would have like words like cola would come in and they would use kada with like for a sound like that was similar to it, but it had its own kanji, or like I shouldn't say kanji, but what is it?
Katakana.
What is it called? No. I'm trying to remember what the characters are called in Chinese.
Oh,
It's Han something.
That part I don't remember, but I mean, we know universally you're talking about a pictogram.
Right. So yeah. So basically, they're trying to use their own language to integrate words brought in from foreign countries at the same time too. So this is not uncommon among different language groups outside of Europe.
And for those of you outside of history fucking majors who just fucking had your eyes glass over, to put this into perspective that will make it a little bit more entertaining, we are essentially talking about the 5 evolutions of the Silk Road, all leading to the lingua franca of China changing.
So at the end of that, the one last thing I wanted to point out is there's a line, so terribly Orlando sounded not. No, this has nothing to do with the city in Florida that most of you might associate that name with, because it didn't exist yet. No, this was talking about in English, it would have been Roland. Who was a military leader under Charlemagne, who apparently also became an epic hero under the
Orlando and his mace.
epics.
Yes, Orlando and his mace. Yep. For those of you D&D nerds in the audience,
I was not familiar with that.
But for those of you D&D nerds, you will know this as the person who inspired Cuthbert, the god Cuthbert in D&D.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yep. He was known for loving to pray in dawnlight, hence the inspiration to the Dawn Ringer.
Oh, sorry. One last thing I wanted to point out. Sayers writes the name Charlemagne, Charlemayn, and like that's just some fucking spelling reform nonsense, and I need to point that out because
it's not uncommon.
No,
it's not uncommon, and it's not Sayers specific. I forget the actual origin point, but I do know that there was a huge push in New England in, I want to say, the 1920s for a bunch of spelling reforms to be more phonetic in nature.
Thank you.
Since the G in Charlemagne is silent, they just changed the G to a Y, which is interesting because a Y and a G have the same, they're drawn almost exactly the same, right? You just have a little hat on top of the Y, and it turns into a G.
Yeah, and no, Ancon's right. A lot of this did stick. I just don't remember if this one in the early 1900s
dictionary guy
was Webster.
Thank you, Webster. He did a lot of this spelling reform shit.
Yeah, but I don't remember if this is because of Webster.
Because he wanted to create an American identity that was separate from the English.
I understand that, but I don't remember if this was because of Webster or if this spelling change was because of the extreme accent that was forming in the original 13 colonies compared to the rest of the country as we expanded due to the ingrain of immigrants that we were having at that time. And I believe it was a hyper selection out to point out the elite, the aristocracy of the East Coast, because they were the ones who controlled everything else. Everything else was territories at the time, remember?
Yeah.
I just don't remember when this started. I just remember that this was a New England thing. Because half of the fucking language changes we have in the U.S. comes from one of two things. For those of you youngins in the audience, it comes from immigrants, or it comes from fucking wanting to fucking do some kind of classist bullshit.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the reason we have a G and a Y in the alphabet has to do with the fact that it used to be just one letter, and they wanted to distinguish between sound.
You're thinking of J and Y actually. J and Y are the ones that used to be the same letter. But the reason why in this case the G is silent is because again this was pulled from French and kept much of the French spelling because the French went from magna to magna. So they're the ones who sort of dropped. It would magna to magna. Basically, just over time, the pronunciation got. I don't know a better way to say this than lazier.
Well, it's not just that; it's also just it's the influx of other languages. What I believe Rich is pointing to is not when the J and the Y split. It's when we started the influx of trying to do loan words from the Elder Futhark and Teutonic into the Anglo-Saxon language more heavily, that we started to use the J more heavily, because before then, because of how heavily influenced we were by the Bible, our J and I's were more similar.
Yes. Which is why we now call him Jesus instead of Ioesus.
Yeah, well, Jesus, but yes. As far as I remember, it's supposed to be one syllable.
How dare
but
you?
yes. But that being said, back to the reading. Now I will take this one because it's boring, because I want to give Despy one of the fun sections. But this section I'll comment on ahead of time. This is just a beautifully written prose. This really doesn't have a whole lot of like external world commentary. This is internal hell world building that I'm about to read. So as you listen to this, do more of try to picture your surroundings than dissect it for language. And he to me, because thou peerest forth athwart the darkness at too great a distance, it happens that thou errest in thy fancy. We shalt thou see, if thou arrivest there, how much the sense deceives itself by distance. Therefore a little faster spur thee on. Then tenderly he took me by the hand, and said, before we further have advanced, that the reality may seem to thee less strange, know that these are not towers, but giants, and they are in a wall around the bank, from navel downward, one and all of them. As when the fog is vanishing away, little by little doth the sight refigure whatever the mist that crowds the air conceals. So piercing through the dense and darksome air, more and more near approaching toward the verge, my error fled and fear came over me, because because on its circular parapets, Mataragino crowns itself with towers, even thus margined, which surround the well, with half their bodies turreted, the horrible giants whom Jove menaces even now from on that heavens when he thunders. And I of one already saw the face, shoulders, and breast, and great part of the belly, and down along his sides and both arms. Okay, so think about creatures, humanoid creatures, the size of skyscrapers. Now think about enough of them to make a wall around the inner fucking most circle of hell. And that is the wall you should be envisioning. If you didn't pee yourself a little, you've watched too many or played too many video games, because that be some scary shit. Like, if you actually came up to something where you are as tall as his toenail standing by him on the same ground. I don't like feeling like Ant. I don't like that feeling. Anyone?
I mean, I've stood next to some large farm animals and and felt small. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be next to a skyscraper.
The biggest I've ever been near is like not a big one, but like one of those like small elephants they let tourists ride on when you're in like Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
That's about the biggest animal I've ever personally been near on land. Like I've seen whales and stuff in the ocean. That's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the scale just doesn't register the same way as it does
I'm
when you're standing next to it.
Have you ever
I'm
have you ever
I'm
taken
talking
like
about
sorry, I once took somebody to Dallas like from back when I went to Baylor for a couple of years. And he had never been in a city before. And we were driving through downtown and he absolutely lost his shit looking up at all the skyscrapers like, from the bottom of one.
Now, I grew up in a big city, so for me, the culture shock was like going to rural areas. I was like, where the fuck is everybody gonna live? Like, the idea of there not being big buildings full of fucking people just didn't make sense to me as a kid.
Right.
But it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, it's just that it's culture shock because it's outside of your frame of reference. Um, I had that expression, that same feeling going to a much bigger city when I went to Southeast Asia and I was in fucking Taipei. Holy shit, if you're claustrophobic, do not go to that goddamn city. Same thing with Hong Kong. Holy shit. Despy, I don't
Yeah,
know if you've ever
Tokyo is
been,
a bit
but
of a culture shock for me too.
Hong Kong is a different. No, Rich. Tokyo is manageable. Like even I forget what the name for the darkened alleyways are. Like the ones that are the alleyways are so narrow and the buildings are so tall, sunlight never hits the ground. You guys have a name for it. I just
yeah.
don't remember it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've
Like
walked down a few of those, but
yeah,
eh.
that's not the same as what it is in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, some of these paths you are walking on are literally under buildings. You are walking sidewalks in front of like shops like you would like a strip mall, but you're under like a 60-story building. It is really
Yeah.
fucking creepy.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
I remember being in Taipei, like Taipei, like walking through like downtown Taipei is a lot different than walking through downtown Tokyo.
oh yeah, it's just um like I said, if you're claustrophobic, don't go to these cities. Just don't. Just don't. If you
Nope.
don't deal with crowds, don't go to these cities. Just don't. Just don't. You will have a
Yeah.
bad time.
And and if you are afraid of there being a lot of people around you while riding in a car and you get claustrophobic that way, definitely don't go to these cities.
Well, at least for people like that, if you do go and that's your main issue is the confinement within a car, only ride the tuk-tuks. The fresh air really helps.
Well,
Their
I'm telling you
driving
right
may
now,
not. The fresh
you,
air. I'm
you're
talking if all it is
you're not going to
confinement.
get that. You're not going to get that in Taiwan. You're
Really?
not going to get that in Taipei. Nah, no, no, no. Everybody wears masks constantly outside because pollution is still a major problem.
Well, yeah, but it's more what I was just talking about is the air hitting your face is good for the claustrophobic feeling. Um,
It nothing. Well, when you come to a traffic stop and
God,
all
it's
the
changed
cars
so much
stop,
since I've been there.
and then as at that stop, every available space that could barely fit a scooter fits into that space, and then when the light turns green, everybody leaves at the same time with literal inches between them. Yeah, that freaks the shit out of a lot of people.
Okay, yeah, it's changed a lot since I've been there. The traffic wasn't that bad. Like most people couldn't afford cars the last time I was in Taipei, and I don't mean that to be like disparaging. It's just they didn't allow a whole lot of imports.
And
Like everybody rode fucking
I'm
motorcycles.
talking
Everybody.
I'm talking about something where I literally saw it a decade ago, and friends of mine have told me it's gotten worse.
Oh, like I said, it's changed so much since I've been there because it's been 20 years since I've been there, and everybody was on motorcycles. And for anybody from Southeast Asia, you know that this kind of traffic, when everybody's on scooters and motorcycles, yeah, it's a little freaky to fucking foreigners, but it moves. Like it's not that kind of like freaky standstill traffic that he's describing. Like that just, yeah, I'd be fucking miserable there now. That's fucking
Yeah.
wild. Like I was claustrophobic as it was. I couldn't deal with that shit. But okay,
Yeah.
now going back to the reason we brought this up, the whole reason is this is a different type of claustrophobia. It wouldn't technically be claustrophobia. It'd be a subset of agoraphobia, because you are seeing something that is so vast, so massive, that this wall is a living creature that kind of looks like you, just on a printer that, or on a copy machine that's been hit to like 18,000% fucking zoom.
Mhm.
And the reason I say this is because I'm going from the Greek mythology. Giants could be as large as mountains. They could weigh hundreds of thousands of tons, or they could be as small as 8 to 10 feet tall. It really just depended. And oh yeah,
If you were larger than the average human, you were probably a giant.
well, no, almost every giant in Greek mythology, much like Norse mythology, are shapeshifters. So they could be literally anything. They just can't get super small. Like, even when they would turn into things like pigeon, they were a pigeon the size of a fucking horse.
Weren't the Cyclopes
Also very large, too, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Cyclopes were described as giants.
Yes, but they were not the species giant.
Ah,
They were
gotcha.
the Cyclopes were technically like demigods, because all Cyclopes are children of Poseidon. Or I could be misremembering. He could just be their patron, but at least as far as I remember, he is the father of Cyclopes as well. And Zeus
They are
was
his
the
kids.
fathers of the 100-handed ones and the oh god, I can't remember their name. The things with all the fucking eyes all over them. I can't remember their name now. They had like 1,000
Biblically
eyes.
accurate angels?
No, because they were humanoid. They just had like think of a giant humanoid.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I just can't remember the name
I know
of
which
them.
creature you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but and Zeus was the father of them, and then Hades was the father of some other shit. But yeah, the giants were a species like the Olympians. They were their own thing. So there were gigantic things, and then there were giants. But okay, now Despy, this next section that I wanted you to read, the reason that I stopped at the place that I did is because when you are where I stopped right at is the picturing part, but this fun portion for somebody who grew up in a Catholic cult,
Yeah.
you're welcome.
Okay.
And just
All right.
read down to where it says sweeter psalms at the bottom of the screen.
All right. So certainly nature, when she left the making of animals like these, did well indeed by making such executors for Mars.
Executors?
Executors? Oh yeah, executors. And if of elephants and whales she doth not repent her, whatsoever looketh subtly, more just, more discreet, will hold her for it. For where the argument of intellect is added unto evil will, or unto evil will and power, no rampart can the people make against it. His face appeared to me as long and large as is at Rome the pine cone of St. Peter's, and in proportion were the other bones. So, at the margin which an apron was down from the middle, showed so much of him above it, that it reached up to his hair 3 Freilanders.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
That's right.
Freilanders. In vain had vaunted them. For I beheld 30 great psalms of him, down from the place where the man his mantle buckles. Raphael, my Amich, Izabi, Almi, began to clamor the ferocious mouth, to which were no befitting sweeter psalms.
You did about as well as any of us were going to do on that one because
Yeah.
it's a combination of like multiple languages. But that being said, okay, so the reason I said you're welcome to the cult of Pope Pius is because Pope Pius wanted to get rid of this fucking goddamn thing from the Vatican garden. He wanted this thing
Yep.
gone. He considered it a pagan artifact.
Yep.
For those of you who are not Catholic and have never been to the Vatican, this is a bronze pine cone that's in the Vatican gardens. And if I remember correctly, it comes from the tomb of Hadrian or the suspected tomb of Remus. I forget which now. But it was basically something that was important to the ancient Hellenistic religion in a way that the Christians never truly understood. And one of the former popes thought it was pretty and put it in the garden. And Pope Pius fucking hated that thing. Sorry. And for those of you who don't know the Society of Pope Pius, look it up. We've done, yeah, but anybody who looks
Maybe
up
the
Pope,
21st century analog would be how Francis didn't like the gaudy stuff that you have to wear like as a pope
Or someone putting cement over a rose garden.
Yeah.
well, Francis is the right pick, but not the gaudy accoutrement because he didn't view that as pagan. I would view his refusal to use the silver bowl because that silver bowl was a conquered item. It wasn't a Catholic item. The silver bowl that to do the baptismal, the little
And
water bowl that they used to use.
It's so maybe overinterpreted whenever popes make these sorts of decisions having to do with appearances because like aesthetics, because when Leo first came in, he put on the gaudy accoutrement and he didn't just have this simple and he chose to live in the Vatican apartments, which is where Francis refused to live because he thought it was too luxurious. And so everyone thought, aha, he's rejecting Francis because he's making these choices. And they ended up being more Franciscan than Francis.
Well, people misunderstood that, and I'll admit I was one of them. And I looked into it, and this is why you never heard me talk about it. He moved into the Vatican archives for security concerns. Motherfucker had gotten 12 death threats after being selected. And the Vatican apartments are about the most secure place in Italy, outside of a bank vault.
And don't get me wrong, I love
The Hague.
I love the stuff that Francis did, to choose simplicity or whatever. But in some ways, I kind of like it that Leo isn't copying that because it makes Francis more special. Right?
Okay.
The only pope who made these choices.
Yeah, Bob is better than I have expected. In some ways, worse in others. I still don't think he has earned that name because he chose one that has.
I mean, it's fine. He still tells his friends to call him Bob, so that's good.
But my thing is this.
That is its own honorific.
And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that one because that's his actual fucking name. But
yeah,
he's following 13 people that, at least as far as the Catholic faith is concerned, were probably some of the most humanistic popes that we have ever had, with the exception of one.
Yeah.
That is a lot of fucking big shoes to fill, and he just hasn't gotten there yet for me.
Sure.
Can we just call him Pope Bob? Is that okay?
That's what I do. He's Pope Bob.
Specifically, Ameripope Bob.
No, I don't go that far because I don't. My thing is.
Well, you heard what he did last. You heard what he did last week with the bishops.
I heard
them all in a room
bits.
He said you all have to advocate for immigrants now.
Yes, but he also, in that same meeting, did not chastise them for using church funds on that fucking lawsuit. Fine, advocate against the priests having to do it, because one of the divine duties of a priest, if you're doing your duties right, is even if it's against the law, you'll serve your time in prison as a priest. So when you don't do the mandatory reporting laws like you're supposed to in Washington, you can go serve your time in jail and reach out to the prisoners and try and save their souls.
Sure.
Like that's that's like I said, he's been better on some things, worse on others. I honestly thought because of the conversation he had with the Cardinals, that one that was televised that I sent you the link to fucking months ago now. I thought we were going to see that shift here because he basically told them we don't protect those priests. But then he didn't say we don't spend money trying to protect those priests either. So it fucked with me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough details about that. I think the fight, I mean, the big fight, the one that's getting most of the attention right now is immigrants. Probably for pretty good reason.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm not going to condemn him for that fight. This is why I have not made videos going after him as much as you know how I feel about fucking some of the shit he's done. Like, you notice none of the videos on FOFA have ever been about him on that. Because he's doing mostly good. He's doing mostly good, so I'm going to leave him the fuck alone until he does something I really have to say something about.
Right.
I mean, that's just really what it boils down to. You know, I am that pragmatic leftist that I understand coalition building means sometimes I got to hold my nose with some people who are doing mainly good shit.
Of course. Yeah. That's the world we live in.
That's the world we should live in. Unfortunately, we have too many dipshits right, left, and center who think their ideology is the only ideology, and they fucking follow that Limp Bizkit song like it's goddamn gospel. My way or the highway. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for anybody who's in their 40s, I just gave them an earworm that will never go away. You're lucky. You like
at least
country.
12 others.
Yeah, I know, but you're lucky. You have country. You can drown this out with better earworms. At least those earworms are pleasant. Fucking listening to Durst sing that fucking Jesus.
Okay, I'm listening, but now comes the time of day where I have to wrestle with this dog and to get her into a crate before I leave.
Hey, you are from Texas. You pronounce that word
fine.
correctly, okay? You pronounce that word correctly.
I went into teacher voice there for a second.
Well,
I was about to say it's not wrestle. You wrestle. You need to.
If you want to read real quick before you wrestle with her, just read up to the section about Nimrod, about halfway down the page of what it is. It's going to be start and on to my guide, and then just goes to the area where they talk. The final line is, as his to others, which to none is known. And then the first line is, and unto him my guide, soul idiotic.
What does anyone know what line that is?
I didn't have the numbers put in this week. Hold on.
I'm looking for and.
3, 4.
I don't see it yet. Oh, and unto him my guide?
Yep. Yes.
Oh, that's number 70. Okay. And unto him my guide, soul idiotic, keep to thy horn and vent thyself with that when wrath or other passion touches thee. Search round thy neck, and thou wilt find the belt which keeps it fastened. O bewildered soul, and see it where it bars thy mighty breast. Then said to me, he doth him accuse, this one is Nimrod, by whose evil thought one language in the world is not still used. Here let us leave him and not speak in vain, for even such to him is every language as to his others, which is known to which none is known. Therefore a longer journey did we make, turn the left, and the crossbow shot oft. We found another far more fierce and large, and binding him who might the master be, I cannot say, but he hath pinioned close behind the right arm and in front the other, with chains that held him so begirt about from the neck and down from the part uncovered, it would itself as far as the fifth gyre.
Okay, so yeah, no, that's fine. I was just gonna be reading on Nimrod, but that's perfect. So you got a bigger section because I just wanted you to get a chance to read before you had to wrestle with Trixie.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
because okay, so for those of you who are unfamiliar with your biblical text and didn't fucking like immediately fucking lead with their initial preamble, um, Nimrod is the guy who erected the Tower of Babel. Um, this is essentially fucking Virgil calling him an idiot because he speaks in Babel, because he
This
speaks
is
in
where
every language and in none.
this is where the insult for Nimrod comes from in modern nomenclature,
I
calling somebody a Nimrod.
I don't know if that's true, but if it is, it wouldn't surprise me. Just because Nimrod has been used as an insult before this, I think, because the
Mm-hmm.
name has multiple stories behind it. Is kind of where I'm
Mm-hmm.
getting. So like I don't know if this is the actual origin point behind the modern insult, but if so, it wouldn't surprise me. That's just fucking funny. That
Mm-hmm.
being said, Nimrod is an older Mesopotamian folklore that predates Christianity and Judaism. If we actually go by like the cuneiform when we first see that name appear, it is one of those things that I would say is an interesting historical parallel we find in the Bible as we find in actual archaeology, because roughly, not exactly, but roughly when they say this was supposed to have been happening, it was actually happening. That there was some dude named, at least the word Nimrod appeared on a stone tablet somewhere as a name. We don't know if a person actually existed with it, but at least roughly in that time period, this person or name existed. So it is one of those interesting parallels that a lot of Christo nationalists like to use. See, the Bible's perfect history. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, nobody. First of all, you guys don't even understand the Tower of Babel. Like this is the Christocentric version of the Tower of Babel, because the whole point was that the communal nature, the collectivist coming together of all the peoples of the world together would make them equal to or rivaling God, and God couldn't have that. It had nothing to do with pride of trying to build a giant fucking tower to reach God. That tower was meant to be a beacon to draw in all of the peoples to that collectivist nature. Um, like
And
it's
of
one of
course, God getting all in his feels, as he does so often.
see, here's the thing. At least when I go back to the original text, I think that is a more modern Christian viewing of it. Whereas if we go back to the more Jewish understanding, the pride was coming together as so great a nation that you could rival the power of a god. They believed in, spreading out and diversifying and occupying the earth, remember, in this time period? They
Sure.
didn't believe in the giant collectivist cities because they believed if you got too many people in one space, it made you like Sodom and Gomorrah, it made you apathetic. It made you distrust and maltreat foreigners and tourists. So I think it's a Christocentric view that makes it about the pride as opposed to the Jewish version, which made it about the cruelty. I could be wrong. I'm not a biblical scholar, but the original language reads more like that than what we view in English.
Hey, all
Fair
I'm just
enough.
saying is an all powerful, all good God has kind of got into his feels and wasn't all good for
Well,
a
I mean,
moment there.
the thing is we can even argue about the triomny God because that's a whole other conversation that has happened for literally centuries now. But more just my point is like the modern understanding of stories like Sodom and Gomorrah, the sheep and the goat, um, fucking the Tower of Babel. They fucking completely missed the fucking point. It had nothing to do with pride. It had to do with God not wanting a rival because God does not believe he is all powerful. God never states he is all powerful. It's our dogma and our doctrine that make him so. That being said, now that
Um,
I've insulted every Christian on the planet,
Well, the end of Job does come to mind.
yes, I mean we know that depending on what part you're talking about in the end of Job, at least a certain extension of Job is a forgery. But yes, even if you remove the forgery, the end of Job still comes to mind. I forget the exact chapter and verse where it becomes a forgery, but scholars have almost universally fucking come to accept that. I think it's the final like 4 or 5 chapters are
Well, I mean, I don't
forgeries
know.
added later.
I've never heard a scholar talk about it as forgery, but I do know that the bookends, the beginning and the end, a lot of people, a lot of scholars argue
There is
claim
still
it's
argument
forgeries
over
too.
the beginning, but the end they have pretty much universally it's a later edition, not in the original book, which would make it a forgery. Whether it was put in there by a church person or not, it was not put in there by the original
Hey,
author.
hey, Jack, it was divinely inspired to be forged, okay?
That you can call it that all you want, and all I can say is still by our modern use of the English language, potentially the head, but definitely the tail end is forgery. I don't care what you go on beyond that. Like what you believe is what you believe. This is just a
I
fact
don't know.
of
I was making a joke.
I know. I'm talking to the audience, not you. Like because my thing
Well, anyway, the
is
passage that I'm talking about is where God lifts Job up into the heavens and shows him everything, and then says, "Shut the fuck up."
well, and the other part is the overly cruel nature of the wager that is
Yeah,
added at the tail end is what is believed to be a forgery. Now
right.
the wager's still there. Like people like, oh, the forgery removes the weight. No, no, it doesn't. It just makes it less fucking dickish. Not much, but a little bit. Now that being
Well,
said,
yeah. To
oh,
me, like I like if you take the bookends out of it, the beginning and the end. To me, it's even that much more poetic a story because now we don't really have God's perspective like spoon fed to us. We're left to ask ourselves essentially about the problem of evil, right? Like why does Job have to go through all this shit when he's a righteous man? And
which is
that's
why
what's
many
so
scholars
beautiful.
believe that the
It's why
forgery
I
was
taught
added to
Job
answer that.
in a
Yeah,
secular setting because
yeah.
it was because as literature, it's an amazing piece of work. Probably the best piece of work in the Bible, actually, from a
I
literary.
I would disagree with you on that one. I'm partial to Malachi myself. I find that particular book extremely fucking beautiful. It's short. It's to the point. Whether it's in English, Hebrew, or Latin, it's fucking beautiful. Like
Sure, yeah.
now, is the message in it overly fucking important? No, but we're just talking like quality of the writing here. Nothing else.
Right, but yeah, no, I agree. Although I do think the profundity of the questions in Job are also like it's universal, right? It could have come from any faith tradition. Like it's like why do fucking people suffer when they don't deserve it? Like that's a pretty
Well,
that's a
it's funny that you say that because there's a parallel to Job in Zoroastrianism. I forget the guy's name now, but Ahura Mazda basically does the same thing to him that Yahweh does to Job.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because the universe kind of like the universe is that great imposing figure that we all have to wrestle with in life, right? So in religion we call that God, but ultimately there is even in here today in the 21st century one of the biggest sayings that that we have that we say to each other is, hey, it's you and me versus the world, kid, right? That's the
Yeah.
duality. It's you or maybe you and yours versus the world, and it's always the world that is shockingly uncaring and apparently cruel and all of these other things.
Well, see, and not to go into too much of a theology lesson because I'm not trying to preach at people, but
But it's
I think
philosophy too, it's not just theology, right?
yeah, but I don't like preaching at people too much while we're doing Dante.
Yeah, sure.
The other part is I think this is another thing that's misunderstood because you against the world is the wrong mindset, because the world seems uncaring because you lack context, you lack wider perspective. The world seems unfair because you are so used to only caring about you and yours. It is the empathy heat map study that I was showing you the other day, that I'm sure you've seen before because it's been used all over the fucking place, where it's talking about the way that people of a more progressive versus conservative mindset view the way they apply empathy, sympathy, and consideration of outcome. Conservatives view it very, very locally, very
Yeah, and interestingly, like
nuclearly.
the thing that you call a forgery that I would call the bookends, but I mean we're talking about the same thing, is I think an attempt to do exactly what you're doing, right? It's like there the authors
I
there
forget
are
the
trying.
scholar's name, but yeah, this is, I didn't come up with this concept. It was a biblical
No,
scholar
no,
who
no,
came
I'm
up
not.
with this.
I'm
Yeah.
not. I don't have a
I know,
problem
I just
talking
don't
about
remember him. I know, I just don't remember the
that.
name right now, or I'd give it to you.
I'm just saying. I think that's an attempt to do what you talked about, which is to pull Job up out of the world and say, look, this is the context that you've been missing. Right. And now, perhaps if you can see how small you are in comparison to everything else, it's sort of like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? The worst form of torture is a sense of self-perspective. Like once you see that, then you can shut the fuck up. And now, personally, I don't like that. I think it's a very clumsy attempt to give Job that perspective, which is why I prefer Job without
Well,
without.
the reason it's
But
clumsy is because it's not in the attempt. It's not showing him the perspective to give him context. It's showing him perspective to make him afraid and therefore more obedient to God,
well, I think
and
the
that's why
context.
it comes off forced and shoehorned in.
I think the context is at an existential level, you're meaningless and God is everything, right? And I think that that's like not probably not the perspective I would have preferred Job to hear at that moment. But
Well, but more my thing is, I don't even think that the original author of Job intended it to be such. I think they intended it to be much like the parable of the sheep and the goats, and later, it is meant to give you the perspective of, just because you are oblivious to this harm or this good does not mean it's not there. Just because you are unable to see it does not make it unfair or unjust or uncaring.
yeah, but I guess we still to this day we are still Job, right? And we're still railing against an apparently uncaring universe. And I think the story of Job is in a lot of ways like a counter to the rest of the Old Testament. Like it really does seem like it's
Man,
saying
I,
the
I, I
opposite.
I want you to call and say all this to Forrest. I want to see him get a hold of you on Job. He fucking hates Job.
Oh man, I love it, but I think I love it for some of the reasons why
He hates
why
it, yeah.
I hated it, which is to say, like I think it's a critique of the things Forrest thinks that it's endorsing.
Well, yes, but because so many churches have used it as an endorsement
Yes,
for
I
those things.
understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're right. You're right. People don't understand that Job is itself an argument against the common interpretation of most of the Old Testament. And it's giving the opposite message. It's giving a counterpoint, a badly needed counterpoint. And then
Now,
I
I
think
think
the
it still
bookends,
fails, but I agree with you overall.
but I think the bookends are an attempt to resolve that, to harmonize it with the rest of Scripture. And I think that that's the problem is the bookends.
And
But
came
if you
in,
read the core of it,
I know it's at least decades, but I think it's centuries later. It wasn't
it's
added.
5 centuries later was what I seem to remember from
Yeah, I
the
think
years
it is
ago
too.
when I was
I think
young.
it's like 2 or 3 centuries later it was added. I'm not
Yeah.
sure on that, so don't quote me on that in the audience. Please double check us on this because we're trying to do this from memory.
Sure that I'm
And
wrong, but I
yeah,
remember 5 centuries. Yeah.
oh no, that's just for the audience, not for us. I know that you understand. Now, that being said, before we go too much off into theology again, I will say that Dante's doing the same thing. Bring it back to the writing. I believe this transition between the eighth circle into the ninth circle is that his, is his attempt at that harmonization. That look at the perspective as you're approaching the walls made of giants. Look at the smallness you have misunderstood based on distance. It's the same concept, and it adds the further concept that only the more enlightened in ancient times and still probably modern times will even get. It adds the alien of these are not like you, but they're still living, breathing creatures. It's the same thing. I think that's what Dante's doing here, and I could be wrong. I could be reading too much into it because of my love for this work, but I think that's what he's attempting. Which I'm glad we went on those tangents because it did allow us to tie back into Dante in that way. Now that being said, the section we just read, the other part, like after the comments about Nimrod, like as we get into the crossbow shot and the binding of, we are then getting into the next character, which Ancom will be reading about. And this character, for any of you in the audience who are in your early 20s, therefore new to this concept, you're gonna have to go back a little ways, and there's a movie that actually talks about this character in a less mythical sense, still mythical, but less mythical sense, called 300. He is the hunchback, deformed person in that movie. The name will be said here in a minute when Ancom reads. But so you can get a visualization if you have a hard time picturing it as we're reading it, because he doesn't go overly into physical description of this character. You can get a more physical representation of what this character would have looked like if you go and watch the movie 300. He is the one who betrays the Spartans. Okay, so, and he did so with an alert from a fired crossbow bolt to send an alert to the enemy. There's a bunch there, but the immaterial thing is it was build up to who we are going to be talking about here in a second. So, Ancom, if you want to start off on this proud one, wish to make, which, if he was at 70, where we started.
It's 91. I already found it.
Okay.
So, where are we going?
Looks like we're going to be going into the hundreds, basically, up to O Thou just before that stanza starts. O Thou who in the valley.
Got it. All right. This proud one wished to make experiment of his own power against the supreme Jove. My leader said, whence he has such a guerdon, Ephialtes is his name. He showed great prowess. What time the giants terrified the gods, the arms he wielded nevermore he moves. And I to him, if possible, I should wish that of the measureless Briareus these eyes of mine might have experience. Whence he replied, thou shalt behold Antaeus, close by here, who can speak and is unbound, who at the bottom of all crime shall place us. Much farther yon is he whom thou wouldst see, and he is bound and fashioned like this one, save that he seems in aspect more ferocious. There never was an earthquake of such might that it could shake a tower so violently as Ephialtes suddenly shook himself. Then I was more afraid of death than ever, for nothing more was needful than the fear, if I had not beheld the manacles. Then we proceeded farther in advance, and to Antaeus came, who, full 5 ells, without the head, forth issued from the cavern.
Okay, so there is another character in here, Briareus, who is a particular character from Greek mythology that most people have never heard of, or when they read over it, they completely forget this extremely small section of the stories. Briareus is the 100-handed one. He is the giant with 100 arms and 100 hands. He is one of the I can never say the
Until
fucking
he was
name of those
canceled by the Me Too movement.
No, until he was canceled by fucking Poseidon. But yes,
Fair enough.
if anything, that's the anti-Me Too movement because
Poseidon must have had a daughter.
No, Poseidon put him at work in the forges under the sea with the other ones of his kind because he's not the only 100-handed one. But he is the
women.
first of their name. No, there's not actually. They are. If I remember correctly, they are born of mud and ambrosia. I forget. I
Born
think
of mud. What are these? Oh shit! I forgot the name. Golems.
Kinda. I mean, they never need to sleep. They can work fucking godly forges next to Hephaestus. Like they're like in the Greek mythology. They're something else, man.
Oh boy, Hephaestus.
And Briareus is a particularly famous one because I forget which one of the weapons, but he is one of the giants who has actually surpassed Hephaestus and forged one of the godly weapons. I just forget which
There's
weapon
another
it
one
is.
that has women problems is Hephaestus.
Yeah, but for a fully different reason.
Yeah. He didn't deserve it. Poor guy.
No. He did not deserve to get stepped on. Fucking bitch. Ugh.
He didn't deserve it, nor did he want it. That's a big.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
mean,
Consent
he was
is
a
very important
baby.
in that.
He was a fucking baby. He couldn't consent even if he
Oh.
wanted to.
I mean, god babies are still gods. Like I feel like they've been described as having far more awareness and ability to comprehend than human babies.
They're fully formed at birth. Yeah, usually. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, like when you get stomped on when you're like a day old, like, come on.
They're like Boss Baby. They come with a suit and a tie, when they're born.
Now, that being said, the other giant that we just got introduced to was Antaeus. This is 5 L's. I forget that measurement now off the top of my head, but it's
That's
a big
lot of L's.
bitch. Yeah, hold on, actually.
Let's see here. Sayers translates it as 7 cloth yards. So take that as you will.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Okay, so an L is 54 inches. So he is he's a big bitch. He's over 7 meters tall. He's like 8.5 meters tall almost. That's a big bitch.
Yep.
Rich, you'll have to help me on this one because I actually forget his role in Greek mythology, but he is one of the ones that is mentioned in several stories. He must be muted for getting ready for work. Okay.
Oh, you mean Ephialtes?
No, Antaeus. We already got through Ephialtes.
Yes. Oh, okay. No, I don't know a whole lot about him. Antaeus. Do we have? Nope. I thought maybe we'd have a Sayers thing for him, but we don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this one didn't actually fucking know this part. He's the one who gets defeated by Hercules, but he is also from Berber myth, which I didn't know. Okay, more you know. Because I had forgotten his role, but yeah, he is the giant that fucking Hercules defeats during his labors. And for those of you who don't know what the 12 labors of Hercules are, go fuck yourself. That's your problem. Like, we don't have time for that shit.
They
You
know,
are
they
an
just know the Disney
uncultured
version.
person that never watched the Disney version of Hercules.
I mean, at this point, yeah, like,
It's
there
really
was a
only 14 labors because 2 of them didn't count.
well, yeah, but more my point is, it's like, we have had a Disney movie, we have had a Disney Channel like TV show, we have had a '90s TV show with the fucking chud Kevin Sorbo. We have had how many goddamn fucking movies about Hercules? Come on, man.
Superman had 12 labors in one of his famous runs.
I wouldn't be surprised if they
All-Star
did that
Superman.
intentionally because Marvel was doing Hercules at the time. I'd have to go look, but I wouldn't be surprised if they overlap.
This was the final. This was the death of Superman, essentially. Another death of Superman story.
Yes.
Where,
Which one?
He finds out that he's been poisoned by an overdose of solar radiation from the sun, and
Okay,
he's going to die. It's like cancer or whatever. So he has to do 12 things before he dies just to make sure that the world will be fine, once he's gone.
And I just want to say, yeah.
By the way, it was
Then
Lex
tell me.
Luthor that came up with that plan.
Well, but here's my thing. I just want to smack the shit out of them and go like, yeah, you fuckers. That explain how he survived in the sun for 1,000,000 years.
Well, that's a different. That's
I know, but it's like like
different
they.
universe.
I
Different
know.
rules to that universe.
I know because they constantly recycle them because DC can never fucking
Comic
make up
books are
their
not
damn
univocal,
mind.
Jack.
Yeah, I know, but for fuck's sake, you should not make a character that literally has
This is
antithetical
why I think Dan
principles.
McClellan, like the way that he communicates his interpretation to audiences and stuff like that, is heavily informed by the way we talk about comic books.
Oh,
Which is
absolutely.
why he's constantly wearing comic book shit, right, and talking about it, and he does his
Well,
sign off with
I
them.
think it is kind of a mixture. He likes the complex nuance of stories that require
Mhm.
a more analytical approach to understanding them, and therefore he likes both comic books and theological texts. And therefore, like, I don't think one informs the other so much as his proclivity towards that style of literature informs him.
Yeah, he thinks in the way of a literary person rather more than a philosopher or something.
Well,
So
and as a
I
cognition, which
yeah.
like most people don't even fucking understand what a cognition is. So like getting into like actual like sapient and salient cognition is a fucking like most people couldn't even understand the baseline entry level fucking textbook definition, let alone how it mechanically intertwines within theology.
Right.
So yeah, like I like Dan. Like I said, he is probably one of the best as far as like scholars who is also a communicator. He's even better than Bart. But he is he may or may not give 10% of his money to a fucking hate mongering fucking hate church, and therefore I'm still a little sus of him because like
Or he doesn't,
he
or he doesn't want people to know that he doesn't, right? Because that
yeah
might hurt his credibility with other
well
Mormons.
no, because the thing is other Mormons would know anyways. I've always assumed he didn't because I've never seen him wear temple garb under his shirts. Like when he lifts his
Mhm.
shirt up to go, oh, the fit of this is. I never see the temple garment underneath, and to wear the temple garment, you have to be like up on your tithes and all that stuff.
Mhm.
So I just always assumed he didn't, but when he gets so reticent to say no, I don't give to them, I tithe another way, because I don't give a fuck if he tithes in other ways like you do, you know what I mean?
Right.
But if he gives money to a hate church, I have a problem with it.
I mean, I kind of have to, because there is pressure. Like, just I try to find Catholic organizations to give to, so that it is still like within Catholicism, right?
And like I
Like I
said,
had to
that's
find
fine
ways.
that's fine because technically you don't even need to do that, but that's fine that you choose
Right.
to do that because you are still using conscious critical thought to make sure that the money's not going to bad places.
Right.
If he's just tithing to Mormon to the Mormon Church, like you are required to do to be a Mormon in good standing. He's going to go on the same list as Mark Rober to me, and he can fuck all the way off, and I'll pirate his shit on fucking stuff so that he never gets another dime of ad revenue from me. Because I'll never fucking contribute to those fucking hateful churches,
What?
be they Catholic or Mormon again.
Must have.
You're breaking up. What was that?
Rich?
We may be losing them. All right. So, well, we will get to the next part of the reading. O thou who in the valley fortunate which Scorpio the heir of glory made, when Hannibal turned back with all his hosts, once broughtest, God fucking damn you, Longfellow, once broughtest 1,000 lions for thy prey, and who hast thou been at mighty war among thy brothers? Some it seems still think the sons of earth the victory would have gained. Place us below, nor be disdainful of it, there where the cold doth lock Cocytus up. Make us not go to Titus or to Typhius. God, I fucking hate trying to say that name. This one can give us that which here is longed for. There stoop down and do not curl thy lip. Still in the world can he restore thy fame, because he lives and still expects long life, if to itself grace call unto him untimely. So said the master, and in haste the other, his hands extended and took up my guide, hands whose great pressure Hercules once felt. Virgilius, when he felt himself embraced, said unto me, Draw nigh, that I may take thee. Then unto himself and me one bundle made. Okay, so, Antaeus just fucking grabbed him up like a bundle of fries from a fucking pack of fucking McDonald's. Like, yeah. I'm just gonna say this. If he was actually alive, he'd definitely be dead now. Just saying. Just to bring some levity to this completely horrific vision that we're giving you of being picked up in the hand of a giant fucking literal giant who is about to drop you into the lake Cocytus instead of river Cocytus for whatever damn reason. We are about to be on the final frozen lake of hell. So it's giant picking you up like a fucking Lego brick man and about to set you down into the lowest circle of hell where Satan is.
You sort of touched on something that I've thought about a lot in the past. Why is it a lake instead of a river? I think it maybe was a river at one point, but when Satan was cast from heaven and is thrown down and creates the pit that is now hell, as a stronger than any meteor that's hit Earth, I guess, it then created all the water from Cocytus, sort of like
As a crater lake. Yeah. Now here's the thing. I could accept that harmonization within Dante because Dante, isn't a theologian in that capacity. But if we are talking the actual architecture of the underworld and the river Cocytus, what I think historically happened is he just didn't know. He just had the name Cocytus. He didn't know it was a river. He just knew it was a place in the underworld and he used it because it's a place of forgetting.
That could be, but I mean, remember, like there's like a dozen levels at which you read Dante at all times.
No, I agree. I'm just talking historically. I think he didn't know.
Yeah. But he's also thinking about the literal level, right? And literally, you've got this force, and he's talking about things he doesn't know. He doesn't know that you don't craters don't go to the center of the earth when a massive object hits them usually. But in this case, it did, and it makes sense that water would pool around Satan and form a lake. Like it just at the literal level, it makes sense, given the limits of scientific information they had.
Well, if we are going by the literal levels of scientific interpretation of what he had, because of the places we know he traveled within Italy and Europe, um, we know he saw a crater lake in a dormant volcano, and I think he just inverted it personally.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Of course. Yeah. That makes total sense.
And I think he just didn't know that Cocytus was a river because of the limited Greek mythology he had access to at that time, because it wasn't for another 200 years until we would get the re-influx from the Arabic world of the lost Greek, like text.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, and I don't really know either way on it.
Yeah, this is just
That's
educated
perfectly fine.
guessing. Yeah, this
But
is just educated
even if
guessing.
he didn't know it was a river, I can imagine him saying, "Okay, but it's not anymore." You know.
Yeah, and I could give you that too, because the other
Or
thing that
maybe
we
if he
know
went
is
by
that
the river
there is a impact crater that he could have seen. We don't know if he did or didn't, but that he could have seen in northern Italy in the mountains. There is an impact crater from a meteor, so he could have, your idea of him, extrapolating, well, this would be bigger than anything like that, and just drawing it out could be it too. I'm just saying, I just have to go based on what he had access to. He probably just didn't know it was a river because he was working from fragmented text.
I mean, maybe, but even if he did know, like, I can understand
Yeah.
how he would still do this.
And now, for those of you in the audience who don't understand the nuance of what we're getting into, the reason that I come to this conclusion is because for several centuries we lost a lot of the Greek classics. And I think because in the Italian, much like in Longfellow's English, the particular way he spells the god of the or one of the giants of the ocean is telling that it comes from the older text, not the text that came back to us from Arabic, because they had been translated and retranslated and like it had gone through multiple layers. It doesn't have the removal of the O like we see later.
Well, this is also one of the things, like, I think one of the reasons Dante loves Virgil as much as he does is because Virgil is perhaps the most important doorway he had into the Greeks, and especially into Homer.
Well, that and
About
Virgil was the
Homer and what he
romantic
would
of his time, much like Dante is. Because as much as this is a fucking absolute creep show, it's written kind of like a romantic epic.
Well,
This
and
is his
also it's
love
like
letter to God.
It's
Oop, we
that
lost you.
Dante had.
We lost you there for a second. It's his what?
Oh, sorry. It's the most important doorway into Greek culture that Dante had.
No, absolutely, and I mean no, I completely agree with you. I was just saying that that is it would be very telling as to why he loved Virgil that much, because Virgil wrote about the Greek myth and Homer in a very romantic, almost adventure novel way for the time period. Yeah, but it's almost like what we would think of like an action movie now. What was
He
that?
loves Virgil almost as much as he loves Beatrice. He loves Virgil almost.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And for those of you who because this has taken us so long to get to this point and don't remember the beginning, we touched upon this a lot in the first couple of cantos. Back when Beatrice was still being mentioned a lot. Because you could see the parallel even more so back when he was juxtaposing the two in the same canto.
Yeah.
Now,
So
that
also,
be...
just because I'm getting close to work, I'll just squeeze this in case, because you were talking about where Satan is at the bottom of the crater and all of this, and I've mentioned this several times before, but this is my absolute favorite part of the whole poem, is the fact that Satan is trapped in that lake because of the wings. His wings are beating, and that freezes the water around him into ice, and that's why he can't get out.
Yes,
And
it's his own version of the contrapasso. Yes.
yeah, it is a contrapasso. If only he could let go of his fury and stop beating his wings, the water would melt and he could get out. But he'll never do that, and so he's stuck in there. Like, I just love the fact that he is his own jailer, just like everybody else in
Yes.
the Inferno.
Well, by Dante, yes. If we go back to the theology that this why the church hated Dante, well, but as well, it pulls as to why the church disliked Dante so much, because at this time, much like most of the early church, still up to this point, still believe that Satan isn't the actual ruler of hell. They still believe that in the end times, God rules heaven, Jesus rules hell.
Right. Which
So this was a heretical point. Oh no! Well, it does because Jesus is the Redeemer.
Yeah, but it's also it makes no sense to me as an internal, like it's not internally consistent either because we're supposed to believe that God is omnipotent, and yet He doesn't rule. He doesn't have any say over what goes on in hell.
Well, but Jesus is God if in the triomni belief. Like I said, this gets complicated. But it ties back as to why the church disliked Dante. Yeah, I'm just saying this is why the church disliked Dante is because this is a heretical thought to write it this way.
But today, or at least the way that I was taught in a Catholic university, was that Dante was critiquing the church of his day, and that the church at any time in history deserves criticism, and that in these ways Dante was right and the church was wrong.
But that comes later because remember the magisteria of the church was the predominant path until 1745, 41. I forget.
Dante's desire or ability or willingness to stand up to the church at this time has profound implications for us today, because as you and I know, Dante was a secularist, right? And in De Monarchia, he lays out what secularism should look like. And
he's as close to a secularist for his time.
In 18th and 19th centuries, when it arises, Dante provides a framework for the church on how to deal with it, and the church is slow to catch up to Dante on this, but eventually does, I believe, with Vatican II. And with
I would argue I would argue that technically it happened before Vatican II, but close enough. It was the early 1900s. No, I would argue it happened at the beginning. Yeah, I would argue it happened just before the beginning of World War I, because at that time period we have the encyclical from Leo to the cardinals and the bishops that basically like counteracts this. But yes. But yes.
The church freaks out, like after the American Revolution, the church freaks out about this idea of a right to conscience and tries to say that no, like protecting your mortal soul is way more important than silly things like freedom, and it just like reacts like very poorly to it for like 100, 150 years, and then Leo.
I would argue a little bit longer, but yeah.
Yeah. But Leo fixes that or tries to fix that, and I would argue that the groundwork that he lays down ultimately gets codified in Vatican II, and now it's the official teaching of the church.
Well, it was the official teaching of the church after that encyclical. After Vatican II, it became part of the catechism as well, and therefore we started teaching the youth instead of just the adults.
That's right. Everything trickles down. So you start with like the Pope trying. You start with ideas that make it to the Pope, like even earlier than Leo, and then Leo like pushing those ideas, and then the church finally codifying them, and then in order for it to make it into the catechism, it finally makes it into the pews, and that takes a fucking century and a half to do, and they finally accomplished it.
No, don't get me wrong. This isn't me defending the. Yeah, this isn't me defending the abuse, but yes, it makes sense.
Yeah. But to me, this is a vindication of Dante at long last, and a vindication of De Monarchia at long last.
Yeah, and I would just argue that he was not a secularist in the way that we use that word today, but he was as close to secularist as you could get in the 1300s.
A proto-secularist. He believed
Yeah.
in separation of church and state at the least.
Well, he believed that the church should not be the state. He didn't necessarily fully believe in a fully demarcation and segregation of, but he believed that there should be no state that is the church. It's why he was opposed to the Vatican as a concept, but not a rule. He didn't have a problem with the Pope. He had a problem with them having their own government.
Right. Yeah. Popes were picking kings, founding.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's
the church works best when it doesn't have state power. That's the argument he's trying to make.
Yes.
Or when it doesn't have too much state power, I should say.
Well, because his argument is that it should have state influence, not state power, because if the government is actually divinely inspired, as the book entails, then God put these people in power for a reason, blah, 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 all that crap.
Yep.
But
all right, I'm at work.
Yep. And we are almost done with this, so we will be out of here in a minute. So, now that being said, Despy, you will get to finish us out.
All right.
I will say I apologize for the first line because that name's fucking horrendous to say if you haven't used your fucking Latin in a while, but the rest of it's beautiful.
Okay, so I think it's Caracenda.
It's as close as I get to. I might put a little accent on the I, but I'm pretentious.
It seems the Caracenda to behold beneath the leaning side when goes a cloud above it, so that opposite it hangs. Such did Antaeus seem to me, who stood watching to see him stoop, and then it was I could have wished to go some other way. But lightly in the abyss, which swallows up Judas with Lucifer, he put us down, nor thus bowed downward.
I know it's so rough, but it's beautiful.
Made he there delay, but as a mast does in a ship uprose.
Okay, so you can smack Longfellow and your professors for wanting to use him, although Sayers and Musa aren't much better, if I'm being honest. This area, as what he's describing, the Caracenda is, if I'm remembering correctly, a ship. That was lifted out of the sea. Legend that doesn't fucking matter. But what you're essentially being led to envision is you are in the bag, like the carriage of a hot air balloon, but that's the hand of a giant. And you are seeing the expanse of the late Cocytus as he is turning you over the wall of giants and setting you down. This would, and the furthermore, obviously we're talking about Lucifer, he's fucking named. But what is a little bit less clear is that you are seeing as if this lake is a giant ship. And Lucifer is the main mast in the middle, shadowed in the distance, uprose in the middle. So literally, you just went from giant wall of fucking giant meat to giant crushing Bigsby hand, telekinetically dropping your ass into hell's final layer, to where you're going to meet the fucking end boss, Lucifer. And you see him in the shadow like it's fucking Elden Ring in the distance. This is some creepy fucking shit, people. Like I'm being flippant about it because it is hard to do existential horror and not sound like Lovecraft.
Well, the other thing is that like you also have to think of the mindset of the people that are looking at us right now. Like all of us have seen like horror films or whatnot. Like to them, this is peak levels of horror.
Yeah. Well,
This is like the best way to describe this is like a child first being introduced to a John Carpenter film, having never seen horror before in their life.
Yeah, it is their worst nightmares. It is you just fucking got pulled into the box with fucking Pinhead. Like this is some creepy fucking shit. Like it is hard to put in perspective because of the way we have the ability to visually create our imaginations in the way that we do today. But like to these people, the average height of a person in the Mediterranean at this time was 5'6".
Yep.
The tallest person that we have evidence of are some people on Malta who were about 6'6". Those people would have been viewed as giants. Not in the literal sense because they weren't the species of giants, but they would have been viewed like we view Yao Ming today.
Yeah.
Like, they have different perspectives, different frames of reference. You have to try and put yourself into their shoes, or, barring the ability to do that, extrapolate out their shoes to your shoes and what would make you feel this level of horror and existential dread.
Yeah,
this guy just walked up and saw a 100-handed giant shake himself so violently that it was like the flapping of a bird's wing. Like, I don't care what games you've played. That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Despy? I interrupted because of the delay.
I was about to say there was a kid I went to school with who was getting like pushing close to 7 feet tall, like really tall, and even he scared me, and I'm 6'4".
Yeah, my granddad was a big bitch. My dad was a little taller than me. I'm 6'1". My dad was 6'3". My granddad was 6'9". He was the tallest member of our family, as far as I know. Like,
yeah,
he wasn't a giant. Like, he didn't have like the pituitary thing where he just kept growing. He was just a big bitch. And the only reason I know this is because I, at one point in time, saw his immigration papers from when he came over from Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
And when the comment isn't your religion or your nationality, it's your height, you can imagine the people at Ellis Island were probably going, that's a big bitch. Because normally, for those of you who've never looked into American immigration forms in the early 1900s, late 1800s, you'd get a comment in your little paper that you'd sign your name, and then the inspector would do a little comment, hygiene poor, being deloused, blah blah blah. It was always some little comment. Very rarely was the comment just exceedingly tall and then gives the fucking measurements. Because what they're doing is they're giving identifying features in case you turn out to be a criminal. Is why that's why you'll find there's a couple of them. Like, if you ever had a news article written about you in the old world, you'll find people that are listed as like the butcher of Bengali.
Yeah.
And you don't know if he is the butcher of Bengali who cut up fucking meat, or the butcher of Bengali who cut up fucking people. But it's a little comment on it. It is what it is. The way people thought back then was interesting. So let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
But now that being said, this is, as somebody who grew up Catholic, being raised to believe that hell was far worse than anything Dante envisioned. And if you hear the hesitation in my voice, it's because even as an adult, I am reticent to say some of the fucked up shit that fucking adult said to me as a kid. Like,
Yep.
this is stuff you shouldn't say to adults, let alone fucking small children in kindergarten.
Yep.
Like, this would be terrifying. This would be that moment that you hope you're wearing your brown pants, to quote to Deadpool.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I can.
good. Blake,
I was just gonna say, like the amount of times hell had been brought up as a means of basically what is it, demanding compliance, whether it be from not just your parents, but basically
teachers,
anybody. Hell,
neighbors.
it could be somebody that is just a church member that you have never interacted with before,
Beyond
and for some
seeing
reason,
them
for
in
some
church.
event. Yeah.
You just know they go to your church. You don't even know their names. Yeah, I know the fucking types.
Right. But they still talk to you as if this is like
Yep.
as if
Oh,
they have
yeah.
skin in the game.
For those of you who aren't raised in a high control religion like Roman Catholic or Pope Pius X or fucking Mormonism or Fundamental Baptist or any of these other ones that I could come up with, children are viewed as property, and that
Yep.
property is communal until parents decide to put their foot down, and then everybody else has to fuck off.
Yep.
I have watched a church bishop bow down to a mom. Parental rights is because that to and if we are going biblically, you are your parents' property. Full stop. Until you are married,
Yeah.
male or female. You are your parents' property until you are married and leave their house. And in our
Yep.
high control religions, they fucking live that shit and they make us live it.
Yep.
And for those of you who also went through these religions, my condolences. Welcome to the club. Fuck you, stupid thing. I hate when it does this. Stream close up. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it fucking did that. Or auto framing off, you stupid thing. I don't know why you turned back on. Okay, so sorry about the extreme close up on my stubble. But back to what we were talking about here, like these religions that Dante is talking about. Because at this time we have had the schism. There are technically multiple denominations of Christianity at this time. Some of them you will never know the name of because they were killed off in this time period as well. And unless you are a theological historian, it's never going to fucking matter. But these religions, all of them at this time, were extremely high control. And that is what these critiques are giving you. This is pointing to the church's way of enforcing that control. It is giving you the way, even to a point, the interpolations that the church used to bring in foreign religions to cement control on fresh converts, to what we will more commonly refer to as inculcation.
Yep.
And Ancom, you've been quiet, motherfucker. Did you not have enough of caffeine?
No, just haven't had a lot to say. Y'all are talking about experiences that I never really had. I was fortunate not to be raised in a religious household, and all the religion that I had as a kid was stuff that I chose to do largely through like connections via peer groups. So, friends.
See, but this is a valuable
other...
insight too. We are reading an ancient social commentary and religious critique. Modern religious and social commentary is what we add to this.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, Jack, what is a choice?
Yeah. What was a choice?
Yeah, so like I don't have the ability to relate to the experiences y'all are describing, because that wasn't how I came, to religion as a kid.
Yeah, you got to see it.
I had a choice in the matter, and I got to do all this stuff voluntarily, and that also made it easier to stop doing that voluntarily.
See, but you're still like I'm still a believer. I don't believe in Jesus bullshit anymore, but like I still have that theist belief. You still have to a point.
Yeah.
Rich is our hopeful atheist who really wants to believe but doesn't have that sense of theistic belief. Yet most of us talk like goddamn atheists. Yeah, we talk about religion a lot, but most of us talk like fucking atheists. And therefore, it's a valuable thing to see how the religion has evolved and how social commentary around that religion has evolved, etc.
Yeah, well, I talk like an atheist because the arguments against believing in a god, which is not to say the arguments for believing in no god, because those are different things, but the arguments against believing in a god make sense to me, though I have not been able to internalize them sufficiently to become full atheist. Like, I have definitely progressed from, fairly confident theist to a much more agnostic position over my life.
See, whereas I have this pesky problem of the intellectual honesty of going, no, I'm still a confident theist. No fucking clue why.
Yeah.
I can't fucking explain why it's still stuck in there. I know every reason why I shouldn't be.
I don't know.
Well, almost every reason.
Kind of. I think, what is it? Just my not my outlook on religion, just my experience with religion has gotten me to a point where I'm just apathetic to whether God exists or doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like I don't find any joy in deciding whether he exists or doesn't exist. If he does exist, in the way that people describe him, he's kind of an asshole. If he doesn't exist, it doesn't bother me. Like, whether even if God were to exist and there was definitive proof that God exists, I don't even think I could bring myself to even worship that God.
Well,
even if it was definitively proven. Like,
well, but here's my thing. If Yahweh is the one that is definitively proven, which, as far as I'm concerned, can't fucking happen. Based on everything we know, the God in the Bible can't fucking exist. That being said, if it were proved that Yahweh existed, no, I'd be one of his greatest fucking enemies. I'd fucking subtly believe in him, but I wouldn't fucking like him. But here's the flip side.
There's a difference, and this is something I think a lot of apologists fail to realize. There's a difference between not believing in him and not worshiping him, because they all kind of assume that if you believe in him, then you'll automatically start worshiping him, or you'll hate him because it's your own hubris. But I'm like, or it could be that he's an evil being and that no one should worship him, even if he does exist.
Well, I mean, like, if you are going strictly biblically, and we do the plain reading of the text, which you really shouldn't do because we know so much of it is allegory and story, but you do the plain reading of the text. And honestly, the one I'm about to cite, I think you have to do a plain reading anyways. But it specifically states that God is the source of all evil in Isaiah 45:7. I am the source of all good and all evil, all fucking, benefit and calamity, blah, blah. Like, it goes on and on. It's basically him sucking his own dick. But, like, he admits he's the source of all fucking evil. Not Satan, not anything else. And God tells the first lie, if the Bible is to be, read at face value, because he tells Adam and Eve, on the day that you eat this fruit, you shall surely die. The serpent says, no, you won't. The serpent told the truth. They didn't die for centuries.
Of course, people will harmonize that as the whole, to God a day is 1,000 years or whatever, but...
Yeah, and that is one of the ones that they do, or they do. Oh no, what he meant was a spiritual death. Now humanity would have to go to the afterlife rather than living forever and Eden, blah blah.
Or they go really out of their way and say that is the day death entered the world. Like I've heard Seventh Day Adventists argue.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. Is that the way that it was harmonized for me was that was there were like Adam and Eve were immortal, and that the second they ate the fruit was the day that they became mortal.
Yeah, but the problem with that harmonization, boys and girls, is if you follow it to its logical conclusion, you have to come to the conclusion that Tyrannosaurus Rex was a fucking herbivore before then. Sorry, that's one
possible.
that's the dumbest. Yes, he picked up melons with his 6 foot long fucking conical teeth. 6 inches long, not 6 foot long, Jesus, but still.
I mean, God made stranger creatures.
No, not really. Like, even if we go with the whole intelligent design thing, no, he did not design anything with giant, rounded, conical teeth to eat fucking fruits and veggies. That's not a thing.
Hey, we say that fruits and veggies have meat on them,
Yeah.
You have like a meteor apple and whatnot.
Yeah,
that
but
could have just been what God
a lot
meant,
of people describe mushrooms as meaty, so maybe they were fungivores.
Yeah. So that's coming from the modern English fucking colloquialism.
I am aware. I'm just making a joke. Come on, man.
And I will just say it like this: even that joke doesn't make it work, because most of the funguses that we have today didn't exist then either. Like, most of the funguses we eat today didn't evolve until like the last 600 or 800 years.
Yeah, but I'm sure other fungi evolved. They are, they're as old, if not older, than animals.
They're old as shit. I'm just saying, like, we can't even guarantee that the fungus that they fucking had were edible. like 65 million years ago, for all we know, every fucking mushroom was a poisonous fucking death machine. Just saying. Unless you go full young Earth creationist, which isn't biblical either, by the way. In which case, and that's for the audience, not YouTube. In which case, then you have to say, well, God put Tyrannosaurus Rex, Seismosaurus, and a bunch of other giant shit in a fucking boat just to kill it like 30 seconds later after we let it off the fucking boat.
He's killed things for less. I'm not gonna say like.
Well, but more my point is, some of these animals are bigger than the fucking boat would have been.
Hey, you know something? That boat was magic from the beginning, so it doesn't matter how they built it. That thing was going to float because it needed to. Because physics sure wasn't going to help it.
Well, and here's the other thing. It's not even a fucking boat. It's a box. That's the other thing that's misunderstood about this. If you go back to the biblical description of the ark, it has no keel. It has no hull. It has one opening that is roughly like 3.5 feet across square.
Mm-hmm.
One opening. How the fuck are you squeezing an elephant, even a baby elephant, through that fucking window?
Very
And
carefully.
how the fuck are you fucking shoveling all of the shit of the hundreds and thousands of species of animals every day out of that one window? And how
There's a little
also,
trap door. You put your foot on it, and it kind of opens a flap. You can just kind of scoot it outside. Just kind of falls off into the water.
well, and then the next problem: how the fuck, while you're doing all of these things, are you also managing the fucking methane buildup of all of the shit you're having to fucking shovel 24 hours a day to try and get it all out of this little opening that you are blocking up, trying to fucking get the shit out, therefore leaving less space for the fucking methane to get out? You're like, everybody on that boat would have been dead in a week. They had to live on it for a fucking year.
Well, they sure as hell couldn't light a match after taking a shit. Just
I'm
saying.
sure God included some now extinct methane breathing animals that would have been fine.
And here's my next question for you fucking Bible thumping dipshits. Why did God save syphilis? What animal did he put on the boat with syphilis to save it? And why?
The koalas, obviously. Or wait, no, they have chlamydia, not syphilis.
Yeah. It'd have been sheep.
And this is my point. And why? Why? He is supposedly wiping the earth clear of all evil things. Why? We have evidence of syphilis going back to before anatomically modern Homo sapien. That's tens of thousands of years ago.
I mean, anatomically modern, we're going millions of years.
Hey,
No, anatomically modern's, I think, 200,000, and then we get millions. 2.3 million is I think what you're thinking.
Jack,
is
this isn't the last
human.
time God has been wrathful, and he needed a backup plan.
Well, but more my point is this. But why? Why save it on the fucking ark and let it proliferate its little fucking grubby fingers out over time? You can make water appear out of the ground and out of the sky and then disappear to nowhere, supposedly, because that's, the water has to go somewhere. And if Everest
Everybody just drank it.
And if Everest is 22 feet underwater as described in the Bible, there's not enough space for that water to go. Like, this is just math. They didn't math this well when they wrote it down.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. There's a lot of math in the Bible that just doesn't math, period.
Yeah, like, the Bible tells us the truth of how to find the circumference of a circle because of pi. No, it doesn't. It says pi is 3. Not 3.14, not 3.5, not 3.25, 3. Go ahead and try and use 3 in your calculator to figure out a circumference and watch how fast you come up wrong. And how badly it starts to go wrong. How, like, Jesus Christ. And no, they meant that's 3 foot to the inner side of the block. 3.14 was the outer side of so the block was 0.14 of a foot. So you mean somehow, with where they are in the world, only sandstone and volcanic tuft rock to make stuff out of. They made a block that fucking big that held back as a retaining wall for a well. Get the fuck out of here. You can't even do a granite that thin and that shit work. Get the fuck out of here. Like,
It's okay. It had, what is it? It had a divine blessing which allowed it to work.
no, it didn't. This was just some asshole with a well.
God wanted that well to be.
Yeah, this is just my point. It's like, if you want to believe in God, believe in God. My wife's a God believer. Technically, I am too. I can't believe in the Christian God for multiple goddamn reasons. But critically evaluate these things, please. Because otherwise, you end up saying dumb shit. Like, you've heard me say shit like, T-Rex was an herbivore. You think I'm being hyperbolic. I'm not. I could take you to a place that calls itself a museum that claims exactly that. Just a short trip over to Kentucky, and I'll take you to Ken Ham's Ark Encounter and Museum, and I'll show you an entire fucking building built with taxpayer money to fucking produce or propagate this myth. Go on.
just mind the flood damage.
Yes.
To the Ark.
Yes, because not even flood damage, the rain damage. The rain damage.
Yeah,
it couldn't even survive the rain.
That's the joke, though.
I know, but it wasn't even the flood damage. The flood came later. This thing couldn't survive a heavy thunderstorm without fucking getting fucked up.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is that if you're gonna claim God's gonna be able to do something, pretty sure your God should be able to protect the thing that explains what God can do.
Yeah, and by the way, this is also in the same museum where they will tell you that Lucy, the human ancestor, that they or suspected human ancestor, at least human cousin, was actually an ape, and they show it covered in fur and walking on
To be
on
fair,
its knuckles.
she was an ape, but not.
But nothing but an ape, not a human. That's my point. They show her as what we envision, like when we do the colloquial concept of ape. They make her look like a bonobo. Like if you ever go, actually. Yeah, this is what they make her look like.
Yeah.
Because if you look down here, you'll see what we actually think she looks like based on the actual muscle attachments and fucking ligament attachments and placements. The foramen magnum of the bottom of the skull, the valgus knee, or the valgus knee, the inline big toe. Yet they show her with a offset toe. They show her knuckle walking, which knuckle walking isn't even a precursor of how we walked. That's actually something we evolved later. Knuckle walking is not a basal locomotion form. It's actually an extant later form. These are the lies that these people believe because they don't evaluate these books critically. I don't care if you believe in God. I don't care if you believe in Jesus. I don't care if you get offended at some of the shit that I say because you believe in these things. That's fine. Evaluate critically because that shit over there on the screen is bullshit. That's a fucking complete fabrication. I could show you videos galore of the way that this has been misinterpreted. And this same misinterpretation, bringing it back to the reading, is the kind of thing that Dante is fighting against. Now, he's doing it on a political score. He's doing it on a social commentary of here's how the abuses of the churches are still ongoing. Here's how simony is still ongoing in the church despite being outlawed. Betrayal, lust, blah, blah, blah. He's included members of the church or proto-members of the religions in almost every facet of hell that we have went through up to this point, and we're now at the bottom of hell. These are he was doing this in the 1300s when you could literally be put to death for doing it. We have to do better now when at most you might get looked at funny by your fucking neighbor or by your family member at fucking, Thanksgiving dinner because you say, I don't know I think Jesus was just some Jewish itinerant preacher that thought everybody was going to die in his lifetime. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some shitty families who will shun you over that shit, but if you're not part of one of those families, the slight dirty look you might get, not a big price to pay. Get the fuck over yourself. Think critically. Even if you don't say it, think critically so that at least in your head you realize what these things are meant to do. These are parables. These are stories like we do with like Aesop's fables or fucking Mother Goose. They're meant to teach us lessons, not be history. They are descriptive, not prescriptive. Anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you said there. So.
Well, I know you agree, but I mean, anything to add because we're still alive.
I mean, no, not really. You kind of said it all.
Yep. Damn it, I'm gonna have to give you guys like some fucking speed or something next week. Jesus. The caffeine's not.
I've tried it. It doesn't help much.
It's not early morning. Well, technically, it is early morning.
I was about to say,
it's not early morning for me.
Well, I understand that for you, but at the same time, you are never hyperactive, even when you're active. Like that's not really what I expect from you. But come on, man! Like, leave me hang. I can't be the only Catholic having to say all this shit. Or former Catholic. This is how people get death threats. They have to go a lot farther to get to you.
Oh. Hey, you know something? And it might be more difficult for them now with the new prime minister.
Well, beyond that, it's also good luck getting a weapon through.
Yeah.
Unless they're going to Shinzo Abe your ass from a fucking hardware store.
Well, but then you have to find a place that you could actually put it together without getting caught.
Yeah, the thought that just came to mind, I'm not going to say out loud because it gives too much away of like where you live in Japan and things like that. But I'm just going to say it. As long as you're like outside of like the major cities, you might be able to. I'm not saying it'd be easy. I'm just saying, like, I can't think of a way that you could do this in Tokyo, for example. Not with all your CCTV and all that shit. Like a big, like a white person showing up in Japan doing something suspect. There ain't no fucking way you're not getting caught. But maybe out in the middle of nowhere where you can do things kind of unseen. But I doubt it. Yeah, you're right.
I'm just saying, like you got to have somebody that's really committed, and when I say really committed, like death cult levels of commitment, to even get anywhere close to doing something.
Like honestly, here's the thing: if this was ever a goal of mine to do something like this, to infiltrate Japan for an effort like this, I wouldn't be trying to build shit on Japanese soil. I'd go to Korea, I'd come over on a fucking boat, I'd leave on a fucking boat, and hopefully I could get out before anybody notices my little canoe strapped over, because it's only like 40 miles. A good outrigger canoe, you could get across that in like 3.5, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like it would. Don't get me wrong, you could potentially get fucking swamped and drowned, but like, because that's some rough water that you have to go through. But if I was gonna do it, the chances of getting caught doing the shit inside Japan is just too much. You guys catch shit too easy because there's fucking cameras everywhere and everybody's a fucking snitch. And I don't mean that to be a dick. It's just like, it's the collectivist culture. It's why their crime rates are so low comparative to other Southeast Asian cultures.
Yeah.
Never learned that snitches get stitches.
No, stitches get fucking 20-year sentences in Japan after they help out.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like, you snitch and you still go to jail. Like, collectivism's different, man.
Well, no. It's more along the lines of, let's say you snitch and you don't go to jail, okay? Nobody in that community is going to trust you with any form of information whatsoever.
Okay, so they do understand. Don't trust snitches. Cool.
Right. The thing is that if you're going to snitch, it's not going to be public. Nobody is going to say a word. Yeah. It's just that, like, if you go and talk to the police are going to do everything in their power to make sure nobody knew it came from you.
Yep. Yeah, it is it's very weird dealing with police in Southeast Asia. I never had to deal with them in Japan, but it's probably just as bad, if not worse, there. Everyone fears the cops. Cops are corrupt, all that. Like, that's ingrained in every fucking Asian culture, pretty much. Like, I can't think of a single one where it isn't.
That's just ACAB.
But no, it's different. It's way different. Okay. Because everybody also has that cop's phone number memorized.
Yeah.
And has places that they can meet them on their patrol memorized where nobody will see them, etc., so that they can go be a snitch too. They all fear him, but they all snitch too. Collectivism's fucking weird, Adcob. Like, when collectivism gets turned to 11, shit gets weird.
You know?
Yeah. Like, there's even, in Chinese, there is a particular phrase for the payment that you will give the police officer for his discretion. It's called fragrant grease. Because that's what you would...
Fragrant grease.
Because in ancient times, the perfume, the grease that you would use like a perfume, is what you would smear into the tax collector, the money, lender's hand to get favorable deals.
Yeah.
It's the equivalent of the $20 handshake, just in ancient times. Like, they have a whole thing about it. I forget how to say it in Chinese, but it translates to fragrant grease. And every single Southeast Asian culture, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Korea, everywhere I went in that fucking continent had this same concept under a different name. Because they all have this... Good?
Yeah. The difference with Japan is that, like, it used to be a huge thing in, like, the 80s, 90s, and previous generations. But after right around 2000, with the huge Yakuza crackdown, that went out. The cops became snitches on cops.
Well, no. And here's the thing. But the bribery is not always necessarily money. Bribery could just be, you are honored in their restaurant. You are treated as favored son type shit. Like old friend status, so to speak, to use a colloquialism that only you and I are going to get.
Yeah.
Old friend status goes a long way. Okay. For those of you who have never been to Asia, specifically Southeast Asia, old friend is a concept of intergenerational trust and like familial duty. So, for example, if Despy and I were old friend status, that could be because his great great grandfather did my great great grandfather a solid, and the marker just hasn't been called in yet.
Yep.
And until that marker is called in, we treat each other with excessive favorability compared to anyone who is not old friend.
Yeah.
It's like Old Boys Network on steroids and opium.
Right.
And that is one of the fragrant greases that you pay for your anonymity when you're collectivist snitching, because everybody snitches. Everybody knows everybody snitches. But if you get caught snitching, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Like, we're not just talking nobody will trust you. Like, you'll be lucky if you ever get a job again in that area. You'll be lucky if that fucking, reputation doesn't follow you to the next city and area you move to. Like, getting caught is the problem. Everybody knows everybody
Yeah.
snitches. Like, they even have a name for it in the Yakuza that I can't remember right now. And this is why, like, a snitch doesn't get killed. They lose a finger or a thumb.
It's usually a pinky.
I just
Never
know
a
that
thumb.
once I know when the pinky's I know once the pinky's gone, they move on to others. I'm just saying that you lose digits.
Oh, you move on to others. That
Let's say they
let's just put it.
other members.
Well, let's just put it this way: if you're in the Yakuza, they don't follow the baseball rule.
Well, I know that they generally don't with the people who join, but then there's like the blood family people, because I've read the stories of the nephew of the family from fucking Sendai, who
Yeah,
basically became an FBI informant in the 90s, and he had
yeah,
lost all the fingers on his left hand. All he had left was
yeah.
his thumb and nubs.
Right, but that wouldn't that might have been an all at once thing instead of
Uh,
individually
at
for
least according
individual
to what I
times.
remember reading about him, and this was years ago, mind you, but it was multiple times, and he knew once the thumb was gone, not even the family name was going to save him, and that's why he turned informant and became an FBI informant. He was part of the family that infiltrated Hawaii back in the 80s with
Okay.
yeah, you know all that history. Like the audience doesn't need all that crap, but yeah, like, and that's my thing. Is like this is a different level of the way that they deal with things, and to Westerners, this is very alien, shocking, uh, barbaric even. But at the same time, when most Westerners were still living in fucking caves, literally still living in fucking caves and mud huts, these fucking people already had one of the grandest civilizations on the planet.
Yeah.
I'm not saying what they did was right, but it was effective.
Yeah.
So, like, you got to take this into account. In a time period where slavery and disease and infant mortality being above 75%, so on and so forth, and like all of these things are the norm of the world, this may have seemed like the better option. We just know better now.
Yeah.
Got to remove our recency bias as much as we can and only judge them as fairly as we can. Because otherwise, pick a country, I'll tell you how they're shitty. Pick an ethnicity, I'll tell you how their start sucked. Like,
I want you to tell me about Aberbanjai.
Well, Azerbaijan was actually one of the places that was originally settled and conquered by Temujin. So, yeah, the mountains of skulls that led to their formation could be testament enough. But if we go even further back to back when the Phrygians occupied that area, now we get into literally some of the first human trafficking, long distance human trafficking that we have records of, where they would move people thousands of miles along trade routes.
I was making a joke.
I know, because you were making a joke about Trump, but you just happened to pick one that I actually knew about. Yeah, like there's pretty much not a country, ethnicity, or religion on the planet that got its start in a good way. You have to.
There's actually an ethnicity of what is it, Azerbaijan?
Probably. I'd probably call them Berber Azerbaijani.
Right, but that was the whole joke. That
yeah. I know, that's why I said Azerbaijani instead of Azerbaijani for the second time. Because I mean, I'd have to look, but they might have some Berbers there. I don't know. Berbers went all over the fucking place. It's kind of how nomads work.
Yeah.
Now that being said, to close out this week's episode with less of a tangent, going back to this, like, we have entered what is arguably the most important and least influential portion of the text to the text, but the most influential and least important to the wider world. Because a vast majority of these next three cantos that we will be going through are historical social critique. And Jack, that's what this is all about. No, and I mean this.
The rest of the poem has been so far.
No. But what I mean is, this is in a way that's even more abstracted than the rest of it. Like, a vast majority of the people that Dante has listed to this point have been people who could be argued to be contemporaries of him, either that have overlapping lifespans with him, or that have very near overlap or are very near lifespans and overlapping influence. The next three are about historical figures, one and all, that he could have never met, one of which more than likely never existed, and all of which are almost ahistorical as we understand it today, but may have been the historical understanding of Dante's day.
Mm-hmm.
And we are talking about, like, centuries separate him from these people. Like, we're not talking like some of the popes where it's a couple of decades. Like, some of this shit is a long while. And we're going to be talking about Antaeus, we're going to be talking about Ptolemy, and we're going to be talking about Judas. And the areas are named after them. These areas of the Lake Cocytus are named after them. And we are going to see the world as critiqued through the lens of these leaders, so to speak. Because while Judas Iscariot was a traitor and a betrayer, he was also a thought leader amongst the 12. I mean, it was argued by many scholars up to about the 5th century he was second only to Jesus amongst the 12. Like, he even surpassed Peter before the betrayal, so to speak. But this is a departure from the rest of the poem, because this is a historical critique in a way that he doesn't do, because normally it's social. This is actually, like, most of these are actually a critique of the history itself. Almost like he doubts the authenticity of it. He never outwardly says it, but there are several tercets and passages within the next three cantos that, at least to me, imply he believed that history was being rewritten by the church.
Mm-hmm.
And this was his critique of these three sections of history, which he hasn't really done. Almost everything else has been social commentary. Historical commentary, he's touched on with little snippets. The next three cantos, it's all that. The social commentaries are the snippets from now on. And that's, to me, is interesting.
Yeah.
Now, that makes it the most important and least influential because it's the least like the rest of the Inferno. But when we expand that to the wider world, because as I started this episode with, these next four cantos, this one and the next three, are what most people envision of the surreal, torturous, um, existential dread, existential horror that is hell, as we proliferate it into wider Western colloquial understanding of the concept of hell. It comes from here, and specifically from Dante and Milton and Blake laterally extrapolating on it. Like, this is why small children in many religious households wake up afraid of being on fire.
Mm-hmm.
This is why several small children will literally allow a religious figure to abuse them in any way they see fit because that religious figure says, "Do you want to go to hell?" It all comes from
Yep.
these visions.
Yep.
And that's why we are so critical of religion. I don't care about your belief. Belief is personal shit. Religion, critique to hell because it hurts a lot of fucking people in ways that many can't articulate. And Dante, as Rich was pointing out, and I always want to point out, was a humanist and what would have been now called a proto-secularist. He saw this damage. He saw this harm in the world. He saw this manipulation of information and this manipulation of morals. And this was his answer to it. And in a small way, us doing these kind of lessons for you guys is our answer to the modern version of these things, hence why we add more modern critiques and point out what Dante would and would not have known about, because he could only have critiqued what he even knew existed. I mean, how could Dante have ever known that there was forgeries in the Bible? We didn't discover that shit till the 1700s.
Yeah.
There was suspicion in the 15 and 1600s. That's still fucking 200 years after Dante. You know? There's certain things that he couldn't have known from the Greek literature because he literally didn't have access to it. The church had destroyed it in the Western world. We did not have access to certain mythological tales. And it wasn't until the Arabic infusion after the Islamic Golden Age that we start to see a trickling in and then a flooding in of these texts that had been lost for centuries. And while Dante had Islamic scholars, as far as I can tell, and I've researched this several times over the year we've been doing this, I cannot find any evidence that Dante ever traveled to the Middle East or Near East. As far as I can tell, the closest he got was like Sardinia as far as going east. Like it, it's as far as I've been able to tell. Now, maybe there's records that I haven't found that tell us that he went further, but as far as I could tell, almost all of his influence of Middle Eastern culture comes from his tutors. And for whatever reason, the tutors that he had access to, maybe because their family had lived in Europe for so long, like they, instead of having come from these Middle Eastern countries or African countries, they were coming from Europe, having generationally lived there. I don't know. But for whatever reason, he did not have access to some of these stories. But with the way that he talks about Briseis, or Briareus rather, not Briseis, Briareus rather, I have a suspicion he heard like the equivalent of like campfire tales.
Yep.
That were not in the common literature within Europe at the time, because he talks about Briareus in a positive light rather than solely as a prisoner, which is how most of Western thought took him at that time. Because they didn't know his origin story. It didn't come back to us yet. Yet he talks about Briareus in a positive light. Little tidbit, I could be wrong. I could be romanticizing my dear friend Dante Alighieri too much because he's dead and gone, and I never met him, and he's not really a friend. But it is something to think about as you read these things, to do your best to remove your recency bias, to try to put yourself into their framework as best as you understand it, because obviously you can only understand the kind of things that they knew so much, because we lose some of that data between then and now as well. So until next time, this was Jack. Oh God,
this is Ancom.
Yeah, we gotta get you guys
this is
lights. We gotta get you stage lights, like ding ding.
Well, it was neither of us knew which one should go first, right? So
I know, but it makes it funnier to chastise, because then at least it's not dead air. Until next time. Bye-bye. And we're out.
Well, welcome late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit. No refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors stay. Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit. No refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky monstrous, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus god involved, so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in mighty flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frost monsters hide in six below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus. Trying to Google exit hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit. No refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space.